city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is, I don't even know what day it is. What day is it today? It's May 8th, YC128. This is the Eve Universe show. Welcome, guys. Today, you know, we've had a lot of really good streams in the last few days. I do actually recommend, even if you haven't watched them yet, they are probably worth going over. There's been a lot of news to cover, and a whole lot of, like, you know, conceptual thinking and musing about things in the last few streams. I do recommend checking those out. But today, you know, we're now a little over a week into this event. We've kind of dabbled at some of these events and all that stuff, but today I wanted to give like a good breakdown of thing by thing, how to get the most out of this event. We have 1 week to FanFest. And then a week after FanFest will be the last week of the event, and then things will start to pick up even more with events and all that sort of stuff. So right now, this weekend and this whole like next week basically is prep time. But we also have a pretty big thing going on tomorrow to talk about too that I want to get people potentially in on. So there's a whole lot to cover and go into. But today I want to start with the news from yesterday. Now we covered this live. So I'm not going to necessarily watch this scope video because we watched it live yesterday. We were there live yesterday, but I do want to follow up a little bit about what's really going on here. So as part of this event, there has been, well, actually, let me start by saying one of the things that's frustrated me about some of the events recently is that a lot of events end up being like they turn it on, there's supposedly this thing happening is why it's all happening, and then it kind of just sits the entire month or whatever the event is, then it's over. And so this idea of like further escalations, further changes to things, this is something I've always asked for more of, and I feel like this is a piece to that. Okay, so the thing about the syndicate breakouts that has been going on is that this in and of itself is not an event, right? The event was scripted unfair. I'm getting to that. So this is not the event, right? The event is Warpath. There's all the different stuff going on, the new sites, the lore drops, and then as part of that, there was this three-time event thing, right? So what ended up happening was we received notification from the head of the Caldari on the forums, the Caldari militia on the forums, warning us that there would be Intaki capital fleets in HiSec in these 3 different locations at these 3 different times. And they proceeded to offer rewards for the top damage per ship category, as well as the final blow for each of those ships, and also a reward for the corpses, right? Now, this isn't the first time for these kinds of things to happen, but it is, like I said before, like Tabitzer was a good example of this, and to a lesser extent, things like Tanu was a good example of this, of previous events where these sorts of things happen. Again, I cannot stress this enough, because I've seen a lot of people that have responded to this event and said like, oh, this is the worst event ever. It's like the Intaki capital bash was not like the whole thing. It was just a aspect of the overall Warpath, you know, Capsuleer Day cycle, as it were. And to that end, I think it's actually kind of nice. I don't know if it's good that it all happened over the course of like one day, you know, whatever. But this idea that as part of this Capsuleer Day event, we're also going to do this challenge where it's about getting there and getting the top damage. So that I saw streamers like theory crafting, what is the best choice, you know, okay, well, how do I maximize my Marauder to get all of the damage, all that kind of stuff. And so it's just an interesting kind of puzzle. It's a different kind of puzzle than a lot of the times that we get, especially since it was in HiSec. And so a lot of people were able to bring out things that they might not necessarily be willing to under normal conditions. You know, there still was the possibility of ganking, so you do have to kind of keep an eye on that. But you know, it was a different kind of challenge. And I think that EVE Online as a game, as a space, does like have room for all different kinds of challenges. So a puzzle like how to be the #1 DPS on these different ships, there's different choices that you can make. Do you go for the Erebus, the big prize, or do you go for one of the dreads, hoping that like the big name guys are going after the Titan? You only get one shot, well, 3 shots at it if you're willing to do it. And it's a cool opportunity for prizes. And even without that, it's a cool opportunity for people to turkey shoot some capitals in high sec, which is a very rare thing to do. Usually you'd have to wait till like the bot bash or whatever with GM week. You know, one of my top kills of all time is the Titan kill from Tanu. So, you know, I can definitely see the value of this from like a game, from the perspective of the developers trying to make interesting things happening within this game. You know, it would be the equivalent of like a trivia contest, right? The trivia contest isn't the event. The trivia contest is part of a bigger event, and it has prizes, and it's just a different way of doing well, getting your name out, etc., etc. And it ended up being some pretty decent opportunities for people to do lore stuff, to do whatever. The biggest concern that I have with this part of the event in particular, and like I said, I'm just talking about the capital part of it. We're going to talk about the rest of the event later, but just for this turkey shoot section of it, the thing that rubbed me the wrong way personally was how, like, okay, people always complain anytime anything happens in EVE Online that CCP has anything to do with, well, FC has anything to do with, people immediately accuse it of being scripted. You know, I've argued over and over again about the scripted. Oh my God, I've never showed you this. Hold on, I forgot. Hold on, we're actually going to go a whole different direction right now. Hold on. This is going to be worth it, guys. I think, at least for me. Hold on. Real quickly, I need to go to a website. I meant to show you guys this before the event, and then I was so, like, everything always got wrapped up. Malak even got onto me one time about not actually finishing it, and I said I was going to talk about it the next time it came up, and now it's come up. So I'm going to talk about this. Before we talk about today's or yesterday's event and how scripted it was, I want to show you guys something real quick about Niarja. Okay, some people, I mean, it's not a tangent. Now, for real, the real show, yeah, it's not. I mean, it is kind of a tangent, but it's a tangent that's more important than the original topic, in my opinion. Okay, so I don't appreciate, so the fact that the Intaki event, what happened yesterday, happened in HiSec, meant that CCP could almost guarantee the outcome, right? Even if you wanted to join in and help the Intaki, like there was no clear path towards doing so. You can't attack the people attacking the Intaki fleet because they are, you know, you're in HiSec and the Intaki fleet is suspect. So everybody who's attacking the Intaki fleet, none of them have any flags or anything like that, besides a limited engagement flag with the Intaki pilots, which means that you can't do anything to them. You can't attack them, you can't jam them without getting concorded. You also can't assist the capitals, right? If you try to rep the capitals in any way, you would also get concorded because you're not in the Intaki's corporation, you're in HiSec, and they're in a limited engagement. And if you rep somebody who's in a limited engagement, and that's not in your corporation in HiSec, you get concorded, you get a criminal flag. So you can't assist the Intaki guys. You can't stop the people that are trying to kill them. It is literally just an opportunity for people to do a turkey shoot. And the issue with that was that it's framed as this thing that's happening in the lore. It was a thing that needed to happen, right? This event where the Caldari is attacking the Intaki syndicate and calls upon Capsuleers and bribes Capsuleers to go kill those syndicate pilots that was a thing to happen in the story. And I almost guarantee you that the Gallente will capitalize on this in order to, you know, drive whatever point they want to home, right? So from a storyteller point of view, this had to happen this way. There was no, like, CCP could be almost 100% confident that that the result would be that the Intaki ships get blown up. Now, what's funny about that, and we're going to have to watch to see how it all plays out, because that's actually not necessarily true. Because on the second event, if we go to the kill board, right? If we look at Intaki Syndicate's kill board, and we go to losses, by the way, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win a skin, custom skin. We do this live, usually on Fridays, so make sure to watch this live in order to get the custom skins. But okay, so we're on the Intaki Syndicate's page, and we can see that in Orville we have 3 Dreads, we have 2 Nixes, and we have an Erebus, right? That was what they had at all 3, and we can go up to the last one that happened in the middle of the night, my time, and we can see in Chesette there is the Titan, there is a super carrier, there is a super carrier, and there is, wait, there's 4? He showed back up. Fascinating. Now I'm even more frustrated. Now I'm actually more sad. I would have liked it if they hadn't have done this. But basically, this guy here, I'm pretty sure it was this guy. Veil. There's... I can't find... Either way. One of the Dreads, at the very beginning of the second event, managed to warp off and never got killed. And so I was like, oh, cool. They get to have this game where it's like, oh, one of the guys got away. And it's actually fun because hold on. In the Eve Universe show channel, somebody posted, Always Lemons, posted the chat logs. And so we see Baherulle, Veil, Bali, Bah. Yep. This Moros that died was the one that posted at the 02 timer, shit, this route got leaked as well, damn it. They kind of have a back and forth about it before they all die. So he actually got away, and then for some reason showed back up in the next site to get killed. So that's why there's 4 Dreads in the final site, because I guess the one got away, so they had to put it back into the cycle just to make sure they all dead. That's kind of, like I said, it's kind of disappointing, but the point is that this feels like it was the kind of thing that had to happen. It was a foregone conclusion. And what sucks is that, like, in the past, there has been other foregone conclusions, like going after a ghost site or whatever. The whole fleet gets butchered because they brought them into low sec. And obviously, once you go to low sec, it's going to be just a disaster. But they didn't do that. They kept it in high sec. So the entire thing felt even more contrived than normal, which feels extremely unfair for anyone who is trying to support the Intaki. It's like, oh my god, these guys need help. There's this whole thing, but it's like set up to lose. And it even begins to beg a bigger question of like, well, why did they do it 3 times then, right? He gave it back to Poidot? Did he really? That'd be silly. But like, it feels bad from an in-universe perspective. They didn't have, they obviously had intel posted about them. They still did it. They didn't have any escort fleet. It just felt, it was a very weak thing story-wise. But as I said, like, this idea of scripted events, there's different kinds of scripted events because CCP can more or less predict what happens in one place over another. Now, they can't, like, we can all make predictions. We can all think that we know what's going to happen. And we can be pretty confident about that. Now, this is one of the worst examples of it, but theoretically speaking, players could have just completely rejected this entire thing, and no one showed up to attack the Titans and supercarriers. Players still did make a choice to participate in it. Torigo got a little upset about it last night. Wait, what? The Morals pilot escaped in Stackmon, gated back to Poidot, then back with the last convoy. That's so crazy that he managed to do that. You know, and that's the thing is that nobody would have been able to predict that if you tried to make a prediction. That wasn't scripted. You know, if only the Glinte had treated its citizens better, then Gal would have been so much more powerful. That's not the thing that's making the difference here. There's only one reason why at this point there are remote control covers for a primary evacuation slipping out. I mean, there is a fair point that there might be another twist to it, but my point is that, like, as far as people that are complaining about a scripted event, this is probably one of the closest things to a fully scripted event that I can think of, besides like the gate. So the gate construction event, Stargate Trailblazer. That event was scripted insofar as we all, like, in the end, the gates were going to be built. It was never even a question of whether or not it would happen. That wasn't necessary. I wouldn't call that a scripted event. That was something that's bigger than all of us that was happening, and we could just participate in it or not participate in it however we chose to get our name on it. But ultimately speaking, the empires were going to build what they're going to build, right? Either way, this does remind me of one of my favorite things to talk about, you know, which is invasions. Invasions is the one that everyone likes to claim was scripted, and I keep on talking to people about it being not scripted, right? I know for a fact it wasn't scripted. I talked to CCP at the time. I know how I know at least broad strokes about how the AI that ran the invasions worked, and it was that AI that made the decisions about where to invade, who to invade, how to attack, etc., etc. It was really an experiment by CCP to see if they could make these systems work, and it did, right? And so the number one thing that everybody goes into about it is Niarja. And a lot of times we see things about like goons and test and all that kind of stuff and their participation in Niarja, and how Niarja, CCP forced Niarja to happen. There wasn't a legitimate drive to do it or anything like that. It was all goons that did it, right? Like I hear all of these stories about Niarja. Well, what if I told you I have data from Niarja that basically nobody else has? Because here's the secret. I was one of the leaders of the Triglavian invasions when that was like the Kybernauts, the pro-Triglavian forces. I was the CEO of the Kybernauts Corporation. And one of the things that we did was a buddy of mine, Isabel, who makes a lot of really cool websites and tools and stuff for us, worked on a website that was called Kybernaut.space. And you can see Kybernaut.space to this day. We have every single invasion and its results here. But when you come here, you won't see some of these boxes. This is actually my personal admin mode version of this screen. I've never showed this to anyone before on stream or anything like that, right? So this is what I saw. And, you know, with the admin systems, we could go in and like create a new invasion where we would update this stuff. So all of this information exists because players put in the information. So we can grab any of these and I can go to more info and I can see actually that this one was created by Sakura Hashizora, which was one of the people that helped out with doing this. And we can see here that there was nothing recorded in this fight or in this place. That is true about several of them. Some of them were too old before we created the system. Some of them were not, we didn't have any organized attempts to fight in that fight. But the whole point of this tool actually in the back end was a method to help reward people, because the issue is that the event, like, so Triglavian invasions took place in the different sites like it would spawn like the minor victor or the you know the multiple tiers of sites that need to be run. There's the Triglavian version and the Edencom version. So we have things like the emerging conduits, minor conduits, major conduits, Edencom staging points, all those sorts of things. And the idea is that these spawn throughout the sites or throughout the invasion in the system. Plus there's roaming rats, and you have to kill all these different rats the entire time. But the problem is that, like, so in the past, in the previous chapters, in chapter 1 and 2, you would run these Triglavian sites, the minor conduit, the major conduit, and they would pay out. And they would pay out based on the number of people that are in the site. And the more people you have, it splits it more and more evenly. When it becomes a competitive thing, however, you run into a different problem, which is suddenly we have 40 people in our fleets plus at any given time. And we need that because we're like in competition with the other side. And so what was fascinating is, and this was fascinating for CCP at the time as well, the thing that really showed that Invasions was successful, in chapter 3 was successful on a level that nothing else that they've ever done that they can think of ever was that players were openly foregoing the ISK reward for the sake of accomplishing the objective. They no longer were trying to maximize how much reward they got per site. People were more than willing to bring an overwhelming force into these sites. But the consequence to that was that people were using somewhat expensive ships in some cases, in somewhat dangerous areas in a lot of cases, because remember, as the Triglavians progress, it becomes low sec and then eventually null sec. So we have to bring fancy ships in order to run the sites well, but at the same time, it becomes dangerous territory, so we're doing it in dangerous territory. So how do we deal with this where people need to have ships, they need to be able to replace their ships, they need to feel like they're being rewarded, but the main rewards, the ISK payouts, is basically being obliterated by how much it's being split? Well, when I ran Triglavian Invasions in chapter 1 and 2, what we would do is we would salvage all of the rats. For those of you who, you know, whatever, that have gotten into it now, you realize that salvaging Triglavian ships from invasions can be very, very lucrative because of T2 salvage, or sorry, the salvage that's required to make T2 ships. This is how I made money during invasions. This is how I paid people out during invasions during chapter 1 and chapter 2. We would pull in all of the salvage, all of the loot, everything that we got from the invasions. And then at the end of the day, I would pay everybody out based on, you know, how long they had participated within the fleet. So my thought was, we're going to do the same thing in invasions. So, or in chapter 3. So the idea is that an FC could register a fleet in a system. Like there's an invasion going on right now, okay, in Allah. And I'm an FC. I could hit deploy fleet, and then I could choose which fleet to pick and all that sort of stuff. And what this would do is, it would use my API key in order to pull my fleet. And then every 15 minutes, it would pull everybody within that fleet in order to give them credit for being there during that 50-minute window. And so during the invasion, we would just scoop up all of the Triglavians, or all of the salvage, because with Edencom, it's Tech 2 salvage, so that's pretty cool. All of the loot and salvage that we got throughout the entire invasion cycle of any given system would all be pulled in. Luckily, I got somebody donated to me a whole bunch of ISK, a liquid ISK at the time, like right before that. So I was able to basically buy all of the salvage and loot that came from this invasion, and then that ISK from that was then distributed to everyone that participated in those fleets based on how long they were in those fleets. What that does mean is that I have a wonderful record of the Triglavian invasions in specific systems, most notably in where is it? The only system that we care about. Is it? We'll just go back to here. Nope. Never mind. Niarja, there it is. In Niarja. First of all, also reported by Sakura. So Niarja was active and being tracked for 36 hours. It was reported as being a fighting between EDI, which is Edencom Defense Initiative, and Brave, versus Triglavian and Goons. And we can see here, what's cool about this is that I can not only prove that we participated in this as the Triglavian collective participated in this, but I can show you how much people participated in it. So we ended up with 7 different FCs at different points, and you can see the points that they put in. I guess Zeramus maybe made a fleet, but then didn't actually log any. You can see how much time each of the fleets were, who was running it, etc., etc. And we can see here all of the people that participated in on the Triglavian side of the fight. And what's fascinating about this, I haven't double checked this because Jesus, this is a long list, right? What's crazy about this list as we scroll through it is that in general, the goons did not want to work with us. Like, they were happy to come and help. This happened in a couple of times, but they weren't like integrated with the Triglavians. They would just show up and do their thing alongside us. So what that means is that this giant list of people that I'm scrolling through, most of these are not going to be the Imperium people. Most of these are not going to be, they're definitely not any of the Edencom people. These are the people that assisted on behalf of the Triglavian collective as part of the TTI efforts. So these are the people, all these people, and all these little ticks. Each one of these numbers, I think, I'm pretty sure represents 15 minutes of effort. I'm pretty sure. It could be 5. I don't remember exactly what the rules were. All these people participated. So we got a total of 8,951 points. And then you can, the way it was is that you would put in how much we actually got, and then it would break down a payout for everybody. So all these people, these are the people. When they say that the event was scripted, you're telling these people that what they did didn't matter, that they weren't there, that they didn't put in their work, that they didn't fight, that they don't exist. This is the non-scripted version of Niarja. This is the work that it took to make Niarja into now Pochven, right? And look, there I am. I was there. Look at that. And so we fought for hours at stalemate. This was the craziest fight of the entire invasion, because both sides had so much forces in the system that every single rat was being killed basically as soon as it was spawned. And so the system didn't progress in any direction for hours. And the goons did come in, but they came in almost like a relief effort after like almost 24 hours, almost a day of making almost no progress. I think it was 12 hours flat of no progress on either side because every single rat is being killed at all times. Finally, the goons showed up right around the same time that everybody else was kind of like becoming exhausted, and they were able to keep that banner going to the point where Niarja fell, right, eventually. So this was an incredible effort by hundreds of players, and a Herculean effort by the leadership team of the Triglavian invasions to make this happen. The coordination to pull in all the loot, to pay out all the loot, all that stuff happened. It was all real. CCP didn't script any of that, didn't make any of this happen, didn't even decide when Niarja was going to go live. The only thing that CCP did was guarantee that Niarja would possibly go live for us and not Serenity. That's it. Everything else was all done by either the AI that they put in place or the players that participated in it. And I just wanted to be able to show you guys. I hope you guys find this interesting, at least a little bit. This is the amount of work that it took to make Niarja into Pochven and to break the connection between Amar and Jita. So this is what a non-scripted event looks like. This is what a scripted event looks like, in my opinion. There you go. But that said, I'm not saying that like the fact that yesterday's event was scripted is bad per se. It's a different kind of event. The fact that it was this kind of protected environment where it wasn't about will the dreadnoughts die, but it'll be about who does the top damage, that's what enabled it to become this puzzle for various people to kind of have their own decision about how they're going to engage with that puzzle. You know, do I go after the Titan? Do I go after one of the Dreads? Do I bring an Ikitursa? Do I bring a Babaraga? Do I bring a polarized Talos, right? These are all strategies that played out over the last 24 hours involving the Intaki event. So even though this was, we'll call it predetermined, this was a very structured thing, I think it was still relatively positive for what it is. The biggest problem, though, is, again, anybody who didn't want to engage with it, or more importantly, if anybody wanted to engage with it in any way besides shooting the Intaki, that's what felt bad. That's actually what kind of felt bad, which is that, like, I don't want to hurt the Intaki, so I would love to join in on this puzzle. Like, I, as a player, would love to join in on this puzzle and try to see if I can get my top damage, etc., etc. But I, as a character within the game, am unwilling to go so far as to take Haikatorigo's bribe to attack the Syndicate. And so I, as a player, was not allowed to engage into this in this fight in that way, just because of, you know, what it might mean for me. And that does feel bad, because, but I hope personally, if CCP does this correctly, I don't think that's a bad thing, because what CCP needs to do with this now is harness that energy, right? Harness the ability, harness people's negative feelings about this situation, their desire to support the Intaki Syndicate, their desire to get back at Haikatorigo and the Caldari. This bitterness is something that the CCP has now fostered within a certain population of the player base. They've galvanized a certain amount of the especially pro-Federation characters, or, you know, players. And if they do it right, they could then, the first military campaign can become a catharsis for those people, right? Are you mad about what happened to the Intaki Syndicate? Now's your chance to get even. Now's your chance to help them. You couldn't help them then. We had to experience the watching helplessly as they got slaughtered by other players because they were bribed by the Caldari. We had to experience that to gain that deep-seated bitterness that drives you to seek revenge. And now CCP needs to open up the opportunity for us to express that by helping the Intaki Syndicate or the Federation against the Caldari's efforts in a meaningful way. Not just, oh, you can go run sites for the Federation instead of the Caldari for the purposes of Warfront. No, I'm talking about, like, during the military campaign, that needs to be the payoff. It needs to be, hey, don't forget those who died to try to save the... Make this into Tovil Toba. You know, you want to talk about a single carrier pilot sacrificing themselves for the good of all of these people. We just had a total of 9 Dreads, 6 super carriers, and 3 Titans lose their life in an attempt to save the Intaki Syndicate people. So we should honor them in the same way that the Caldari state honors Tovil Tobel, the hero that saved the Caldari Prime, right? So, you know, hopefully that's what all this is. Could be, maybe not. It's a thing that had to happen. I wanted to bring Logi and heal the Titan, but you couldn't, because you would just get a criminal flag if you did that, and some people did. Let's see, what are people saying? Correct syndicate ships have lore-wise been justified via repurposed drone technology on a sufficiently large computer. What? Well, I mean, the pilots were real. They even, like, they talked in local. It is kind of crazy. No, it was 9 Dreads, because 3 died the first time, 2 died the second time, 4 died the third time, because the one that got away on the second one then showed up in the first. See, we can see here. So in Chisette, we see 1, 2, 3, 4 Dreads. So the Dread that didn't die in Stackmon comes back and also died. So it was a total of 9 Dreads, 3 per cycle, that died. One of them was in 2, basically. Can we punish the Capsuleers that took part? I mean, we could. Yeah, sure. We have all of their names. If somebody wants to start making, like, what are they called? Freelance jobs to go kill these dudes, absolutely could, for sure. But that's up to us, right? That's the sandbox playing out. And that is what can make this interesting. But yeah, so this is just my thoughts about this piece of the event. I think overall, you know, like all these kind of live events and stuff are always kind of hokey. You know, I don't think any of them, because you just get so many players, it's just a giant shit show every single time. Doesn't matter if it's, you know, the Tenu event or the Ghost Site event or this one. Like the fact it's not going to be like this well structured, you know, good, you know, thing. It is by definition like a kind of controlled chaos, and that can be okay. That can be okay. Remember when devs said that freelance jobs can read write from player servers? I think, can't you do freelance jobs from API now? Let's see. Yeah, freelance jobs. Oh no, it's only read. Maybe? Hold on. Yep. Corporate, yeah, no, it looks like it is only read. Are there any rights? Hold on. I can look at, can I look at rights? There are some write access ones, aren't there? Yeah, see? You can write, but none of these, all of these are gets. Deep cover corporate assassin is a rare item and it's real. Wait, what? Deep cover corporate assassin is a rare item? What? I am not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, you could do reads, so you could theoretically make like a tool that tells you what freelance jobs need to be made, but a human being does need to make it apparently. Oh yeah, deep cover corporate assassin. I bet that's from like a mission or something. True. Allowing the capitals to survive would have been a lower dead end IMO. It's like complaining that the start of the Drifter invasions were scripted, seeming like the events were just starting to unveil. I think it would have been nice for them to have just let the one dread get away. I think it would have been okay for some, especially since they did stress that like while this was happening, some smaller fleets allegedly did get through. So I think it would have been okay for some people to get through. I do wish the first system had gone Corruption 5. All you guys, on Tuesday, I mentioned that the best thing to do is to join the Gurissus militia and go and corrupt the system. And given how much it got corrupted, like within like the hour or two after it happened, you all had 2 days to corrupt Orville, and you all failed me. That would have been the way to end the scripting. All right. Either way. Let's go ahead. Oh, also from the scope news, though, we do have the ticker now. We have the announcement on the 19th of May. So that means that the next thing to have happen as far as the event is going to be after FanFest. So remember, we have FanFest. That's the big thing that we're all paying attention to. Immediately after FanFest, that next Tuesday, we have the trial of Sylphie and Diablo. 2 days after that begins the last week of... I get this to be in camera? No. Yay. We have the last week of the event begins then, and then of course, you know, whatever happens after that. Sylphie had a clone, right? She can't die, right? I assume so. I mean, she said don't even bother setting up a trial, so we're going to have to see. I think if it got corrupted, they would have had just done it in a different system. I don't think they could have done it in a different system. I mean, arguably there could have been another system that would have been like maybe able to be done, but like by their definition, it was the correct, like all three of the systems were predictable because you just looked at the constellation, you saw the first high sec system that is closest to Syndicate, and that was just the one that they did. I wonder how CCP would have played that out if it had gotten corrupted. I think that I mean, like, if they had been smart, they should have just let it go. Because, like, yeah, people would be able to shoot each other, but still, the challenge is still there, right? And they would have had two other versions of the challenge to be more of a pure challenge if the first one had become corrupted. I legitimately think that CCP would have just let the ball play. But we will never know. We'll never know because we failed. We, the players, failed the event, not CCP. The opportunity was there. Yes, I think that justice for Sylphie is important for sure. All right. Titans deployed across high sec as Warpath conflict heats up. I found this very odd since the Titan event, the Titan site is in low sec, right? I'm not crazy. The Titan site is in low sec, correct? Please tell me I'm not crazy. Also, I've heard that the Titan site is a complete mess. So I don't even know what to say about it yet. It's kind of a mess. Anyway, more stuff about Exordium. Exordium now more important than ever. Yeah, great. All Warpath Titans are in low sec. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. Dekasi says Jita negotiations progressing well despite rumors of deadlock. I have continued to bang the drum on Alexander Dekasi and Evermore being so willing to come in and help Akimaka Saraki in figuring out what to do about this whole Jita situation when both Akimaka Saraki and, to a lesser extent, Dekasi have reasons to not like or not support Laidai, who are the Forest faction, who are the main beneficiaries of Jita. I mean, Alex is in Taki and she gives amnesty. Why didn't Alex send an escort fleet? That's a good. I think that Alex is going to try to use this as an opportunity to call out the Caldari. I think that they didn't want to be seen as coordinating with the Syndicate. Air helps Concord rebuild security protocols for Exordium project. Again, Air getting their fingers in all of this. Concord calls for swift conclusions to Jita negotiations as unrest spreads. So it feels like this whole thing is kind of this setup to be like, oh, I guess we can't let the Forest faction run Jita anymore. Business leaders from across the cluster join in Jita negotiations at Dekasi's invitation. Yeah. I wonder if Evermore is going to own Jita by the end of this. Brudor joins Starkminer clan members in petitioning for Arzad 2 name change on Celestial Register. Arzad 2 is Starkminer Prime, which is the planet that... so the Starkminer were one of the early rebels against the Amar, and they were cracked down on incredibly harshly by the Amar. They basically like eradicated the tribe by bombarding the planet, and that is this planet, Arzad 2. But of course, not all of the Starkminer were killed. Some of them were discovered during the Empyrean Age event. They were hidden by the Nephentar, which are also known as the Amatar, and rescued by the Elder Fleet. And now there is Starkminer, like actual members of the Starkminer tribe that are now part of the Mimitar Republic. Theoretically speaking, there might still be Starkminer under Amar rule, but you know, the main clutch of them got rescued, and now it's also worth noting that, remember, like the Starkminer are tied to the skins that were released as part of this event, and they were talking about the Starkminer's like combat strategies being studied and all that stuff. So this feels like there's this building tension around the Amatar mandate within the Amar space that could be the the Amar Mimitar version of what's happening in Syndicate space as far as like the next military campaign, etc., etc. So that's what to keep an eye on there. And then pressure on centralized Amar economy pushes border system commoners into poverty, according to recent analysis. That's the other side of the coin. Military buildup and struggles between the Amar and the Mimitar. Mimitar is doing very, very well militarily. The Amar are freaking out because of that. And that's kind of where we're at with the story at the moment. So there is that. Maybe another RP moment during Fan. I assume that there's going to be at least something during FanFest for sure. I think the negotiations about Jita are going to take place during FanFest. Could be, very well. Or at least the I think what would happen at Jita is the announcement. I think that Alexander, it could be possible that there will be a joint announcement by Alexander Ducasi and Aki Makasaraki at FanFest to announce the results or the results of the negotiations and the fate of Jita 4-4. Okay, before we jump into the, I think the second half of the month will be Minmatar Amar hostilities. I mean that's a fair point too. Like, if you wanna kind of understand how this goes, go back and look at the events leading up to the Shadow War, where we have like, we have the Othanoon structure that's decloaking out of nowhere, and we're all kind of buzzing about that for a week. And then as we're trying to figure out what's going on in Othanoon, suddenly stellar transmuters being deployed in Amar and Minmatar space, and like, and they kind of went back and forth about the news all the way up to Uprising. Very similar to that, probably. Yes, the one Moros who was bumped and webbed by a brave pilot, unfortunately, was not good enough. That same Moros pilot apparently made it all the way back to Poidat, but then decided to sacrifice himself by joining in the Third Fleet. So the Third Fleet had 4 dreads. The one that got away returned at the third event. Imagine if the officer and faction items got added to the Gal LP store. The thing that makes these officer modules valuable is the fact that they're only going to be available for a limited amount. Like, in order for officer mods to be valuable, they have to be extremely rare. In order for them to be rare, they have to be either extremely hard to get or only available for a limited amount of time, right? So they're relatively easy to get right now, but in 3 weeks, they're not going to be obtainable anymore without buying it from somebody else. So that's where the value of the officer mods come from. The idea of having an officer mod that's just regularly available on the LP store would kind of break the entire idea of what an officer mod is supposed to do. But, okay. So, this weekend, though, before we get too deep into how to get the most out of the event, I do also want to cover for this weekend, for those of you who are watching live, this is a big thing. I kind of want to get everybody's attention on this, because we were just talking about Pochven. We were just talking about invasions. You know, most of you guys weren't here at Nyarja. Most of you in the chat are not on this list. You might be like, oh man, I really wish I could have been there during invasions. I wanted to participate in all this Triglavian stuff, etc., etc. Well, let me tell you right now, there is an opportunity tomorrow to participate in the story of invasions. May put your place in this ongoing saga of the Triglavian invasions and the future of Pochven, which is the fact that in Pochven, you know, there's all these different systems. We can go here and look at Pochven. Here are the systems of Pochven. Every system on this list used to be in known space. They were either high sec or low sec, owned by the empires. Some of these systems were in low sec. A lot of them were in high sec. Because they were in high sec and low sec, a lot of these systems had structures in them. But Pochven doesn't allow the anchoring of structures. So all the structures that existed in all of these systems are the only structures that will ever exist in Pochven. And slowly but surely, every once in a while, one of them blows up. And when they blow up, 2 things happen. First of all, it's basically wormhole space, so it's a giant loot pinata. There's no asset safety. Everything drops in cans. It's a giant shit show because it's Pochven. It's nullsec. There's bubbles. There's bombs. There's everything you could ever ask for. Plus billions, if not trillions, of ISK worth of loot on the field, right? This happens every single time. The bigger the structure, the longer it's living, the more stuff that's going to be in it, right? The other thing is we talk about the stabilization of Pochven. Now, this is tinfoil, but we keep like the people like Seriatham Foucault and the Triglavians always talk about the stabilization of Pochven, the dialectics of the concrete, the fact that Pochven is not finished. It's in the process of becoming finished, right? It is stabilizing. The stabilization of Pochven must continue. And there is this legend among Capsuleers, of which I am happy to continue to promote, that the thing that needs to happen, what the problem is that these structures, all these structures in Pochven, these unregistered, unlicensed structures to the Triglavian Collective, are causing, they're cored, they have these massive quantum cores, they're anchored, they are causing effects to the local space-time topology, even to a certain amount to them, right? So I have suggested for a long time that what needs to happen, we can't complain that CCP has not done anything about Pochven until every structure in Pochven is destroyed. Screw structures in Pochven. It allows players that are not friendly with the Triglavians to own and operate and live in Pochven. You should have to live in if you want to live in Pochven, you should have to live in Triglavian structures using Triglavian facilities and be pro-Triglavian. These structures are a violation of Pochven and must be destroyed. And there's somebody who agrees with me. And I don't know if I necessarily feel good about this guy agreeing with me, but you may know his name, even though you didn't realize that he's a person. AWOX. The legendary AWOX. The guy who the name AWOXing comes from has posted on Reddit, as of this recording, 4 hours ago, that a Fortizar in Uranichi has its timer coming out at 1951 Eve time tomorrow. This structure needs to die. It's owned by Initiative. It is operated. It is one of the things that are being used by those who live in Pochven in order to continue their farming of Pochven sites, etc., etc. And so not only has AWOX put out this giant call to blow up this thing that probably has over 500 billion IS worth of loot, which I think is a very fair estimate to give, he is also offering ship replacement program, which is crazy. So to encourage maximum participation, a public ship SRP program has been established and will be in effect in the beginning from 1900 to 2200. Any Tech 1 cruiser, battle cruiser, battleship, logistics cruiser, command ship, heavy assault cruiser, assault frigate, stealth bomber, or tactical destroyer will be qualified for 100% hull cost SRP. In addition to these ships restrictions, you must appear on a kill mail involving the primary defenders, i.e. you must be on a kill mail of one of these three forces, or be on the structure kill mail with at least 1,000 damage, or another Capsuleer within your corporation meets the above criteria. All three of the... Wait. I think that means that you and a buddy need to do it in order for either of you to be SRP'd. I think you have to get on a kill mail and on a structure and have a friend. That's how I'm reading it. That is within the time slot for my fleet. Well, you should do something about it. That's right, Dutch Gunner's birthday, right? Do we have anything to say about the Caldari takeover of Syndicate Space? I covered that during those news items. As I said, I think that it's just a setup for the upcoming military campaigns, but it's unacceptable. Either way, you also cannot lose your ship outside of the covered period. You cannot attack 726 or 762, the group, and you cannot deliberately interfere with the objectives. Ground and guide the flow, and you shall be glorified. Obstruct and mortify the flow, and you shall be extirpated. I think is the message that I'm pulling from this. If the structure dies, keep fighting for loot. You'll be covered until 2200. So even if you die trying to get loot, great. You're still going to be SRP'd. They'll be sent within 4 days. Now, granted, this is by AWOX, so let's take his word for the SRP for what it's worth, I guess. But the point of the matter is that if you head on into Kreisvarog, get to Uranichi, and shoot at this Fortizar, you can be part of history. The continuing cleansing of Pochven. Now, this isn't the last structure, obviously. This isn't the end of the story. But given the fact that it is a Fortizar, it is a big part of the story. So I do I would ask you guys if you can be there at 1951 tomorrow to blow up this Fortizar. Zoria Triglov will thank you. You'll bring your Leshak? Maybe. They are well, remember, yeah, they are they said Tech 1 battleships. Okay. That is it for the news. Yeah, they'll be SRP, trust me, bro. Yeah, you're trusting the guy. You can bring your Leshak if you want, but you are trusting the guy whose name literally became synonymous for betraying your ally in EVE Online, which is amazing. Would be wild if cleansing Pochven allowed. I mean, look, a lot of things can happen when Pochven stabilizes. You know, there's the anchorage with the third gate. There's Bouillon. You know, there's a lot that needs to happen. But you know, I still believe that as long as structures exist in Pochven, CCP has an excuse for not progressing that particular story. Oh yeah, no, it's. I doubt that CCP has been like waiting for us to do it with like something. They've been holding back on something. But like, I guarantee you that as soon as it becomes big news that the last structure in Pochven has been destroyed, like that'll start cranking the noggin of CCP. And it's like in the same way that like they completely dropped the ball about the election, and then you know a few months later it became this big thing. In the same way, they could they could not have their eye on the ball about Pochven at all. But as soon as that last structure dies, it suddenly becomes really important to now do something about Pochven. Did you see that some of the syndicate members that were killed were ex-Caldari? I did not see that. Wait a minute. Okay. Let's look into this. And look up each person individually. The ones I looked at. Okay, so Orard is Federal Navy Academy. Center for Advanced Studies. That's Galente. The guy who made it out and then came back a second time. Girl. I'm sorry, Girl. Also Center for Advanced Studies. Also Galente. This one. University of Kali, also Galente. Are you sending me on a wild goose chase? Center for Advanced Studies. Who did I just do? No. Isu. Camo is one of them. Saying this guy. School for Applied Knowledge. Hold on. Isu is. This guy who was a dread pilot as part of the Second Fleet. Well, no, that's Kamo. Sorry. Isu. Was also a dread pilot. So Camo, Kamo, State War Academy. Wait. Wait, this is weird. Because I think they messed this up. I think they messed up camo. Hold on. Yeah, I think they messed it up accidentally because it says that they're part of the CBD Corporation, even though they're part of the Yantey Syndicate. That's interesting. CBD would be part of the Forest faction. So that would imply, if you assume that, yeah, I don't know. This one's weird. There might be some tinfoil to get out of this. Is there a third one? Is there one of the? Let's check out the dreads from Orval at the very least. Thought I checked all of them, but Federal Navy Academy. University of Kali. Ah! So there's a dread pilot in each fleet that had Caldari affiliations. Is there anything different that drops on them? I don't know. I don't think so. Interesting. Well, we're going to have to put that in our bucket that there is one dread pilot per fleet that was potentially a spy, an insider, and if they were, then the one that has the most direct accusation would be Camo, who apparently works for the CBD Corporation, not for the Yantey. One of the Moros that escaped but then reappeared on the third drop did it reach the Yantey Syndicate Bureau Station in Poidat where it docked, so maybe it dropped people off and went back. Well, but the point was to get out of Poidat, so dropping them off wouldn't make any sense. Oh, I guess, I see. Like, they might have dropped it off and then went back to Poidat to get more. Maybe, but it didn't seem to dock up. I don't know, man. It seems very odd. There's still going to be some pieces to all of this, and I think that we're going to, like I said, we're going to hear more about this. Like, this is one of those things that happened because it was a thing that like had to happen for the story. So we're just going to have to see what the results of this is not going to be like a nothing thing, probably, right? Like, I assume that the Glenteigh are going to take a lot of exception to this. This is going to be when I tell the story, all the times that I tell like lore tinfoil and stuff, and I go back to like the Dread Attacks or Shadow War, and we look at these same events over and over again from all these different lenses to kind of get an idea of what's actually going on. This is going to be one of those events, right? As we tell the story in a year from now, when I'm telling the story of whatever's happening a year from now, this event on the attack on the Yantey is going to be very, very important. As important as the convoys for the Evoken event, right? Where Upwell was trying to transport their guys, and then there was the whole like, get the stuff, return it. Do we return it to Upwell? One of the scientists ended up being dropped off to Deathless, which ended up being a major character within the Deathless story now, et cetera, et cetera. So like, anytime I'm telling the Deathless story, we have to tell what happened with Evoken and the Upwell transportation or like whatever we're hauling. What do they call them? Convoys. Yeah, the convoy attacks. That's what I'm talking about. This is just going to be another one of those things. Also, the GT gates being damaged. Yeah, whatever comes out of that. This is a big event for sure. This is actually very, it could very well be interesting. This is going to be tinfoil for another day, I think. Okay. Now then, though, I do want to talk today a little bit. Make sure to exclamation point plunder for your chance to win the giveaway. We're going to do a skin of your choice. If you didn't, if you put an exclamation point plunder and it didn't say that you received a ticket, do it again. The YouTube chat is a pain in the ass, so it doesn't always catch it correctly. It's okay to do it again. We're not doing the giveaway quite yet. You still need to hang out, but just want to keep bringing that up just in case. Okay. Today, I do want to talk a little bit to you guys about how to get the absolute most out of the Capsuleer Day event, right? We are now, as of this recording, 1 week into the event. There's a lot of different stuff. There's been some jankiness, there's been some, whatever. It's time to like sit down and actually talk about how to get the most out of, or how to successfully perform as much of this event as you can to get the most out of the event. The first thing to look at for this event is the actual track itself. Now the track, the reason why you would want to do the track is, of course, there's 75 plex and there's a set of SOCT ships. For those of you who do not know, this is the only real source of SOCT ships in the game. Every year during Capsuleer Day, there is some sort of way to get one copy of all of the SOCT ships per either account or per character. With the track, this makes it per character. You could, because you can have 3 characters per account, just remember, on each of your account, you could theoretically do it on each of your characters and therefore end up with 3 sets of SOCT ships per account, plus the 75 plex from doing the tasks. Now, in order to do in order to get points, you have to do these different tasks. They are staged in 5 different stages of increasing amount of stuff that needs to be done to do this stuff. And it gives you points along the track, as well as most of them giving you Warpath operational intel. And the final task of every, the final stage of every task, besides, I think, the trading one, has 10 plex at the end. You can even see here, complete, the Warpath Master is 180 points and 10 plex for the final task. So there's kind of 2 ways to think about completing this event. You can complete, why do I have the task rewards unclaimed? I don't know, I have a bad habit of doing that. So completion of the track is fairly straightforward. If you just want to get 1,000 points, very, very easy to do. There's going to be lots of ways of maximizing your points. We're going to go through all the different things. Just realize that, like, ultimately, completing the track is the easy part. And remember that in the last week, there will be probably another 500 points added on. So once you hit 1,000 points, you can't progress any further. So completing tasks won't progress you on the track. You will have to complete new tasks in the last week in order to get the final reward. Some people have decided to not make progress on tracks in order to do so. But the thing is that the big prize, in a lot of ways, the bigger prize is in completing each of these tasks, because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you could get a total of 50 more plex by completing each of these different tasks. Now, the tasks do take quite a bit of work, depending on which one. And we're going to talk about how to maximize each one. So the first one is eliminating elite mercenaries warpath, or the task, which is, so there are 3 new sites available. There is a site, the Warpath Complex, which can be run by frigates or destroyers. I actually figured out, I've tested it this morning. As of right now, you can actually run the frigate site, the complex, in a destroyer if you want to, and still progress the site and get the rewards. But here's the thing, that site also doesn't have a gate. And completing the site does not progress the task. The task is actually killing the rats that spawn in the site. And they spawn every minute or so. There's going to be the normal waves that spawn, and then there's going to be an elite rat, which has a name, which can be of any of the empires or whatever, of all of the different pirate elite rats that are available. That's where a lot of the challenge in the site comes in. The base rats aren't any threat whatsoever. Those elite rats can be kind of spooky, especially the more damage forward Galente ones, right? And they can also have E-War and stuff. But the point is that if you just want to complete this track and complete this whole stuff easy peasy, no problem, you can go to one of these sites, either frigate or cruiser, and just pop the named rats as they go and not really bother with whether or not the site completes or not. In fact, it is arguably in this world better to go the entire 20 minutes, so that way you can wait for the entire spawn, right? Obviously, if somebody shows up that is able to run the site, they're going to be able to progress it and take the stuff and all that sort of stuff. But, you know, you're there to kill the rats. The other key to this is that the cruiser site, the defense grid, not the defense complex, but the defense grid, spawns 3 different locations. So 3 different rats, sets of rats to go and kill. So if you are just going to like crash other people's sites, it might be worth going to one of those, because then you're not competing with as many people. There's more opportunities available for you to help out. And honestly, if somebody's trying to run the site legitimately, then they might appreciate you for at least keeping one of the sites kind of under control long enough for them to deal with the other 2 sites or whatever. But the point here is that if you want to get your points, if you want to get your plex, you want to get your operational intel from the tasks, you just need to kill the named rats. Now, the sites themselves also offer rewards. All of these event sites offer the rewards in the form of operational intel, and the other items, the other 2 major items that drop from it are going to be commodities. As a commodity, they are sold directly to NPC buy orders, usually for, I think it's 200,000 ISK each for the current event. Let me pull this up real quick. There's Warpath Intelligence. Nope, already took it out of my inventory. So there's Warpath Strategic Data. I should have put in more letters. And Warpath Supply Caches. So from the combat site, you're going to get Warpath Supply Caches as your major reward, along with some of the operational intel. You can look on the market details, and you're going to be looking for buy orders that have more than 300 days in the expired. That means it's an NPC buy order, and you can sell as many of it that you want to it. So you take the Warpath Supply Caches or the Warpath Strategic Caches to one of the stations that have these 364-day expiry dates, and then just sell it to them. There's no other real use for them. The strategic data might, because it doesn't suggest otherwise, but the strategic, the supply cache explicitly says basically this is just sold for ISK. So my assumption is that both of them will only be sold for ISK. Chances are these buy orders will remain possibly forever, right? Usually when it comes to commodity buy orders, they don't take them down, but the other turn-in points do get taken down shortly after the event ends, especially, if we use the Galente election anything to go by. Which brings me to the second reward piece, which is the operational intel. Right now, these are going for about 240,000 ISK each, 220 to 240,000 ISK each. At least in Dodixie, all 4 trade hubs are going to be looking for these, because these get turned in for the big prize rewards. This is the currency of the event, right? So there's different turn-in points to be able to get these. You turn those in. We'll talk about that and what to get from them in a little bit. For now, like, that just gives you an idea of kind of where we're at and why you're doing these tasks. You're going to be getting those operational intel for completing this task, and then you're going to be getting the commodities and more Warpath intel for running the sites. Okay. You should not have to subscribe to enter the giveaway. You might have to. It shouldn't require it. I don't think it requires it. This is just YouTube being YouTube. I'm sorry. But so this top one, very easy to finish. A couple things I learned about this. One, it would appear as if the frigate one, so the Warpath Complex, which is a single site, can be progressed with a destroyer. And even though it says it's only for a frigate, I've done it myself. We did a destroyer. I went in there. It still progressed. I will say, arguably, there was another person in there, but that other person was also a Dragoon, which means it was also a destroyer. So 2 destroyers in the site progressed. You can do it with a destroyer. However, you cannot run the cruiser one in a battle cruiser. I went for I grabbed my. This is actually why I'm in a Brutix Navy issue right now. I took my Brutix Navy issue. I went to one of the defense grids. I killed all the stuff, and it did not progress. Okay, so you can use a destroyer in the frigate site. You cannot use a battle cruiser in the cruiser site, unless, of course, you don't want it to progress. Right? Okay, great. Next, hack 6 strategic databanks and intelligence database in Warpath strategic infiltration, Warpath intelligence cache sites. So this is hacking the site. This is the data sites that are in ISEC and LowSec. I wish I could remember off the top of my head what tier of data site it was. What I will say is that when it comes to this event, I have found it significantly easier to find these sites in HiSec. The LowSec site itself is significantly more dangerous. I don't really have a guide for it right now, although it might be kind of fun to try to go find one and see if we can run it. But the point of the matter is that there's a lot of proximity mines and proximity detectors. If you fail a can, the whole thing goes up in smoke. It's much more dangerous, but also much more rewarding. And only in LowSec, and I think now wormholes, if I remember correctly. But the general site, if you're just trying to finish the task, these I have found so many of the HiSec sites compared to previous events. Null is easiest, yeah, probably, but you're only going to get the basic site, which can be found pretty much everywhere. I'm pretty sure they are very plentiful in HiSec, unlike previous events that I've found. Now in the site, there's 2 cans. So you're going to have to kill you're going to have to do a whole bunch of them in order to get it. 1 second, let me pull up my pictures. So we can see here, you can see here that the final reward requires 20 data banks. So, right now I'm on stage 2, it takes 6. By the time you get up to stage 5, it takes 20. So that's 10 hacking sites to get total in order to just do the final task, not leading up to it. So, it is going to take some time. If you're an explorer, though, it's it is what you're already doing. Yes, that is a good point. We're going to get to that in a second. So I do have, thanks to Reddit, here is 100 Warpath intelligence, or this is the HiSec site. So with 100 different sites, he gets 1 shitty implant and 1.2 billion ISK. So what's interesting about this 1.2 billion ISK readout is that this is basically no jackpots. And I have seen some people get jackpots in HiSec. In fact, I would actually argue that of all of the people feeding me intelligence, and this is incredibly anecdotal right now, the people that seem to be getting the most like jackpotty ISK are the explorers. Explorers have the exploration site seems to have the best chance. Admittedly, I haven't gotten that much intel from people doing like the low-sec combat site, I found way more strategic infiltration sites in null than low. Are they actually in null as well? Interesting. Okay, well, the point is, this is the lower tier site, but you can see that they basically didn't get any jackpots, but 100 sites was still 1.2 billion ISK, which is, I mean, for high-sec data sites is not bad overall. That said, if you do get one of these jackpots, you know, there are implants that I've seen that are worth 300 to 600 million ISK each that people are pulling out of, especially the infiltration sites. But I think I've seen at least one guy get a good jackpot from the high-sec data site. The point of them here is that this event or this site is significantly easier. This task is significantly easier to get done than the previous one, just by the fact that there seems to be more of them to scan down. And each site has 2 cans, where with the previous one, with the Yantey election, each site only had 1 can. So you do have to find quite a few of them, but you do get rewarded for them. Now, one thing to point out, though, as it was said, if you are going to do the infiltration site, you want to be in a fleet. If you're going to be doing the harder site, you want to be in the fleet. It doesn't matter if you're in a fleet by yourself. You want to make sure you are in a fleet when you finish the site. And here's the, we've gone back and forth about this, but here's the evidence. Here is somebody received 7 million ISK for completing the infiltration site. But you do not receive this 7 million ISK if you are not in a fleet. If you're just by yourself and running the site, you'll never get this payout. But if you happen to be in a fleet when you finish, is that you? Thank you so much for posting this then. Both data sites are in null. Okay, well, I don't know anything about where the sites spawn anymore, I guess. Null, in that case, I'm definitely doing a yeet exploration here in the next couple of days. That's what we're going to do. But yeah. Oh, it gives an on-screen error that you're not eligible because you're not in a fleet if you're not in a fleet. It is odd that this is happening, but I think it has something to do with the fact that these are basically reworked home fronts that are happening. So for what it's worth, you know, in the meantime, just something to keep in mind, especially for like future events that are like this. Apparently being in a fleet matters. We tested the other day. This is also true about things like what is that thing called? The fishing event. The deep flow rifts, right, are the same way. So that's another way to get the most out of this. If you're going to be doing infiltrations, make sure you're in the fleet. Infiltrations are a great way to get ISK. It is also, it's honestly a great way to get the operational intel, or not the operational intel, the currency, the doodads. Yeah, operational intel. So that is the hacking one. Next. Security missions. You have to do security missions for one of the empires. It's worth, so this cannot be, you cannot do it for the SOE, you can't do it for any of the other groups. It has to be for a corporation that is part of one of the 4 main empires. And the other half of this is it requires missions that have some kind of killing involved. So there are some security missions that are like tiered security missions that they like part 2 of 3 or part 3 or whatever, like there's a where it's like stages of missions. The missions that don't involve any killing, like if you just have to go there, look at something and then leave, those won't count for the missions. You only need to do combat missions. And it doesn't matter the tier of the mission. So whatever you can blitz fastest, that's what's going to be best for you. There's obviously no additional rewards for doing the missions or anything like that, so it's just normal missions. Just blitz them out. The difference here, though, is there is that one mission. Can anybody tell me what the mission is off the top of their head? There are some missions. I think it's a level 1 mission this time. There is a level 1 mission that does have Scordite, quite a bit of Scordite in the. Do the cans and harder sites have better loot, or is it just more cans? I think that it's both. It's better loot potential and more cans. But there is a mission, a level 1 mission that has Plagioclase in it. And so while you're running these missions, you're going to want to keep an eye for that, because the next task, this Empire mining, this is unironically the hardest task of this entire event to do. Now, obviously, it's not as hard. Yeah, but you don't need Scordite for this one. Scordite doesn't do you anything. It's just Crocite and Plage. So the point is that while you're doing these missions, you're wanting to keep an eye out for Plagi class in the mission, because finding the ore to mine is going to be the hardest of all of these tasks to do. If you aren't going to do it via missions, I do recommend checking out places like Solitude or Iridia or Deep Amar. No, because Amar Space doesn't have it either. Just you got to go way off the beaten path. You can't. Don't buy into the hype. Don't be in Caldari space. Go somewhere far away, and I guarantee you that you will be able to at least find some. The other place that you can look is any Empire border ore site, which will be on any system that is in high sec that borders low sec or null sec, can theoretically have border ore sites. Those also can have Crocite in it for your task. But yeah. You can complete the entire mining track by getting a level Onslaught. That's the mission. Thank you, Jeremy. So yeah, if you get the mission Onslaught, go and mine all of the Plage in that site. It should get you done with the mining tier. Otherwise, like I said, your best bet is to just go somewhere far away from everybody else, and it's going to take some time. I know that some of us are in the wait, what? Go to a war headquarters. The Veldspar Anoms there respawn after 2 hours, and they always have some in. That's a good one too. So there's the war headquarters. So that would be Intaki, Metator, Ammo, and what's his name? Saraki's place. Oh no. Hold on. If you want to know the headquarters, you can just go to the faction warfare map, go to the side that you're interested in, and look at the shipcaster. Well, there's the Anamon there. It would be, god damn it, Samanuni. There's the headquarters. Samanuni, that's the other one. Unauthorized military presence has 700 Plagia class as well. So there you go. That's another option for you. The point is that you definitely, while you're doing, if you are going to be doing the missions, you want to absolutely be keeping an eye out for Plagia class. I'm sorry, Ash, but the video talking about the Intaki takeover out? Well, the live stream of it. So I do have the edited version of that is currently out to members. I will be putting it live to everybody tonight, probably. Yeah, but Onslaught is 814. My point is that as you're doing missions, keep an eye out for Plage. If you have to do it otherwise, you got to get creative, but it's not that hard. The mission ones, also not that hard. Just blitz them out. Just make sure you're doing it like for one of the 4 empires, etc., etc. And it can be a low-level mission. In fact, it seems like level 1 missions might be the best because you can also get Onslaught. Just make sure that when you do missions, you don't do missions that target another enemy or another one of the core empires, because you don't want to mess up your faction standings with them. But that's always just the way it is with missions. Next. Like I said, oh, sorry, the mission 1. In order to complete the mission 1, you have to... The final task is also 20 missions. So 20 missions to finish the task, and then it goes into the repeatable. Then for the mining, we have 180,000 Crocite or Plage in Empire space. So 180,000 M3 is the final tier for that. What is Plagia class used for most? Any hints for upcoming items? No, this is very much just a design thing. They picked, just like with Skordai, I think they just chose things based on where they spawn and to give people an opportunity for it. It was just the correct thing to do for the event. I don't think that anything about Plagia class makes it so special. Although the fact that Plage doesn't spawn in Amar space may be something to read into, or maybe they just didn't know that. You can spam level 1 missions, correct. I would not reject missions and lose standings, though. You can only reject 1 mission every so often, but you can go to other mission agents to get more missions. Next. So the faction warfare tier. Okay, guys. I know some of you might be spooked by faction warfare. Oh my god, it's PvP, etc., etc. Outside of the elite mercenary one, I think that the faction warfare one is going to be the fastest, easiest way of getting this track done. If you just want to get your track done, faction warfare is going to be a good place to do it, just based on the numbers, okay? So the key here is, and I made other guides for faction warfare, you can enlist in faction warfare by going to the faction warfare page. You have to have at least 0.0 standings unmodified with an empire in order to directly enlist, or you can join a corporation that is already enlisted in the militia in order to participate in it. You can do any of the 4 empires that you choose. It doesn't matter. You can join by docking up in any station that's owned by that person, although I recommend getting into the area, the space that you want to operate in before you do that. Just make sure that you aren't docked up in low sec, because if you dock up in a system that is owned by the enemy, and then you join faction warfare, you won't be able to undock in your ship. So just, there's a couple of considerations when it comes to getting into it, but the point is that you just get a cheap frigate. And the key here is, if you just want to exploit this for your own value, what you want to do is go to any of these really backwater, stable rearguard systems owned by the empire that you are participating for. Because here's the kicker. These sites do not care if how many people are in the Plex, and do not care whether or not the Plex was even useful for anything. So even if you run a Plex, in a stable system that you own, as your empire owns, you will get no rewards from the site itself. You get 0 LP, nothing. But it does progress the track. And what that means is that there's basically nobody competing for these sites, right? If you just want to complete the site, if you just want to complete the track, you don't want to engage in the PvP portion of it at all, you just grab, a decent frigate or destroyer, go out to the war zone in a rearguard system far away from where anybody gives a shit, and then just run the plexes there. If you're in a frigate, you'll want to go for novice plexes, or scouts, sorry. If you're in a destroyer, you're probably going to want to go for smalls. But you just run these sites. The smaller the site, the faster the timer. So the novices and smalls, I think it is, are going to be 15 minutes each. So within 30 minutes, you can complete the first task. And the final task takes The final task takes 10 faction warfare complexes. So that may seem like a lot. Obviously, that's like I said, so it's 15 minutes each for 10. So, you're talking about a couple hours of plexing or whatever. But again, you basically barely need to bring a ship. It just needs to be a combat capable ship. There's plenty of great, if you need an idea for fitting, you actually can go into the fitting window. Go to fittings, go to holes and fits, and then click on community fitting and just type in FW. Nope. Faction. If you search for the word faction or PvP or whatever, you're going to get all these different faction ships. You've got frigates, you've got destroyers, and you've got cruisers for all 4 empires. All of these ships will definitely work within those sites. So just grab whichever one of these you want, go into your empire space, and just run some plexes. Again, you do not need to. You can, if you want to be exciting about it, you can go into the war zone and fight people and all that sort of stuff. But if you want to, you can just grab one of these frigates, go into the backwater, and run some scout plexes, and pretty much guarantee that no one's going to harass you at all. How quickly can you get out of faction warfare once you've joined? You can leave faction warfare at any time. In fact, I even think you can do it in space. At any time you can just retire. The only thing is that once you've retired, you cannot rejoin faction warfare for any faction for 24 hours. So you can join whenever you want, you can leave whenever you want, but then once you've left, you have to wait 24 hours before you can join again. That's it. That's the only consideration. You do not need to there's no standings losses involved in doing the faction warfare stuff either. So there you go. Faction warfare, admittedly, yeah, faction warfare is one of the best ways to get into PvP. It's one of the best ways for newer players to get into PvP. It's the best way to get paid while doing PvP. I strongly recommend faction warfare broadly. I've made plenty of guides about it. I've talked about it a lot. I'm just talking about for this event. If your goal is to just finish all of these tracks in order to get your plex and your currencies, you don't even need to necessarily buy into the whole faction warfare thing. Just if you're a multi-boxer, just grab all your dudes and throw them all into a plex. It doesn't matter because there's no reward anyways, because it's stable and you own the system. So you could throw 50 people into the plex, and all of those 50 characters will get credit for the event track. So the only thing that would be as fast, just time-wise, as all of for that, in my opinion, is going to be the eliminating elite mercenaries. Just sitting there and picking off the elite mercenaries, like I mentioned earlier, that would be pretty quick. But I legitimately think that the faction, like time-wise, faction warfare is going to be one of the fastest ones. And it's just a bunch of sitting around and waiting, killing a few rats every once in a while. It's actually very similar to the Warpath sites, necessarily so. Just if you are, I will say, before you go into LowSec, if you've never done it before, I do have a YouTube short on how to get the most out of D-Scan, or how to use D-Scan. You do want to know how to use directional scan before you go anywhere dangerous outside of high sec. So learn how to use directional scan and get into this. Do your faction warfare sites and get your reward if you want to. The final one is trading. And as I said earlier, from my understanding, the trading one does not have a Plex reward to it. Trading challenges do not award Warpath operational intel. Last time it did award the final reward, but from my understanding, the trading one does not reward Plex. It also means that you're not being a dick and ruining somebody else's LP farm. Yeah. Although, I mean, there's nothing wrong with going out there and doing some LP or getting yourself some LP. You've never been to LowSec? Don't start now? Hell no. Screw that, lazy one. Now is the perfect time to get into LowSec. Every time is the best time to join faction warfare. My pet just smashed the keyboard. Oh. All right. Let's actually, you know what? What I want to do, let's go look at the rewards. So then, as I said before, the track itself isn't the big reward. The track is almost like the login reward, right? The big reward is actually these Warpath operational intels, okay? There is a bunch of extra stuff that can be gotten through the Warpath Intel trade-in centers. You can find the locations. If you do the show info on the Warpath operational intel, here are the different locations for each of the 4 empires. And this is important because each of the 4 empires areas have different rewards. Sorry, could you talk about the difference between Warpath Grid and High Sec and the Warpath War Grid and Low Sec? Is there a massive difference between the two? Yes. The Warpath War Grid is the one that's geared for battleships that allow battleships and below to progress. Although I have seen it largely done in battle cruisers by the people that have done it. It is the harder site to do. You do have to dock in order to quit faction warfare. Okay, that's fair. I remember at one point you could, but I was pretty sure they made it so that you had to, or you could leave whenever, but I think that they did make it so that you had to dock. I know you have to dock to join faction warfare. You probably have to dock in order to leave faction warfare too, but regardless. So the Warpath War Grid is the battleship centered site. It is much harder and the rewards are much higher. The average rewards I saw from the War Grid site was like 300 to 400 million without a jackpot. The defense grid rewards, I think it was like 10 to 20 million per site. And that doesn't matter whether or not you're in high sec, low sec, null sec, whatever. I think it has the same reward for the defense grid anywhere that it ends up spawning. The war grid is the one that has the better loot. And then, of course, there's also the Titan one, which I know almost nothing about. And I don't consider it part of maximizing your value of the event. Yeah. So You have to dock because it could put you into a faction war for NPC Corp. You don't change Corp at all when you use direct enlistment. Not really harder. I had a Drake that could tank it. I did see, well, it is harder in the fact that the boss rats that spawn are harder. So you can say it's not harder until the fucking Vindicator spawns and melts your face. Yeah, the Titan one is broken, not counting towards the event, and so I'm not really considering it for this discussion. You can join the militia NPC Corp. That is a way to do it, but you can also directly enlist without leaving your corporation at all. Okay, so these things. This is how we unlock. This is the currency for the event. So this currency is valuable right now. It's now been over a week, so we can see its average value is. It says it's at 282,000. In Dodixie, at least, it's currently at 220 to 240,000. It's going to fluctuate throughout the event. I'm sure that like towards the end, it'll probably get more expensive for a little bit, and then as soon as the event is over, or rather, like so with the Gallente event, they allowed trade-ins for an additional week after the event happened. I would assume that it'd be similar to that, but just realize that as soon as these traders are gone, which they will be gone at some point, unlike the commodities, right? These things are going to go from being valuable to everyone to worthless to everyone as soon as this event, like those turn-ins go away. So you definitely want to think about how you're going to spend your Warpath intel. The best way, if you just want to turn Warpath intel into ISK, probably your best way is to just sell it, because everybody who's buying it is buying it on the understanding that the things that they're buying with the Warpath intel are going to increase in value once the event ends, okay? So now we go to one of these different systems and we turn it and we go to the turn-in. Now, unlike last time, these turn-ins are significantly safer than the Gallente event. Both because there are way more turn-in points, so there's less likely that anybody's hunting to gank in any given place, but also there's a special protection field at the turn-in points, which has led people to an interesting conclusion, very sandboxy way of looking at this. You can actually sit there, and I think you can actually duel people, and so you could have cool duels where everybody has like super shields. That's a cool way to deal with this. But let's go ahead and check out the prices of things real quick. Will Warpath Command Intel be part of the extension? So, I don't know. There is another item. There is a gold version of the Intel that has not dropped, is not part of any turn-ins, and has never been formally acknowledged by CCP, but is in Hobo Leaks. So, there is a chance that during the final week of the event, there will be a new thing, like what could happen, for example, like just as an, like, this might be true, it might not be. So last time, during the Gallente election, when they extended it, so there was the low tier doodad and then the high tier doodad. To get all the normal prizes, you had to get the lower tier doodads. In order to get the officer mods, you had to get the presidential tokens. And you could only get one presidential token per task. In the same way that you get 10 plex right now, you would get one presidential token then. You had to get 4 presidential tokens to get an officer mod, which meant you had to complete 4 tasks or, you know, pool your resources with someone else in order to get one of those officer mods. When they extended the track, the final reward for the end of the track was 4 presidential tokens, which meant everybody who finished the track all the way up to 1,500 points got 1 officer mod for free, plus all of the other, you know, whatever presidentials they got for completing their individual tasks. So my assumption would be, if they wanted to do the equivalent for this, then what they're going to do is, when the track gets extended, the final reward of that extension is going to be one of the gold ones. And they're going to put in a thing on the trader where one of the gold ones becomes an officer mod or whatever, right? So that would be my prediction, where it's like, oh yeah, this is their way of like giving you an officer mod token in the same way that they gave you 4 presidential tokens at the end of the track last time. That's just my guess, if I had to guess something. But they also could just not do anything with it. They've added stuff to the game and never done anything with it before. Okay, so once you're in the system with the quartermaster, I've seen a lot of people try to dock and try to find it. It is a beacon in space. And I do recommend this for all events, by the way, guys. You can just open up your overview settings. Actually, you can add a tab on your overview. And you can create it in a new window. I have a special overview that just has beacons and just has things that I want to warp into. So I can always see the beacons in space, regardless of the amount of clutter. I do recommend that for basically everybody. You can also do other things like, I don't remember which, like this one I have, I customize it to put whatever I happen to be looking for on this one. Don't worry about this one. But this one is important. So we warp to the beacon. It is also worth noting that if you are trying to maximize yourself using the correct ship in the correct space, being that this is Gallente, I get a local armor repair bonus, hybrid turret bonus, tracking bonus, and warp speed bonus. Each empire has their own equivalent. So using that empire's ship in that empire's space to do these stuff, or just in general, is really good. You want to just run your level 4 missions right now in a Hyperion, that rep bonus is kind of neat. So when we land at the trader, we see that there's this structure, and we also see that we get this giant 50,000 additional base shield hit points. So this is their attempt to try to protect you from being ganked. That's pretty cool. And you can open up the trader, and we can see here's all the different stuff that we can get. Now, some of this is going to be the same everywhere. Some of these things are going to be Gallente specific. The ones that are obviously Gallente specific, it's going to be the Bastion module and the Analyzer blueprint. These are the big prizes. So there's a faction item and an officer item. The faction item is a Bastion module, which are used for the obviously Marauders. And we've covered each of the Bastion modules. They are different in different ways. The Federation one is definitely the most damage forward. I think the Imperial one is the most resistance focused. I don't remember what makes the Mimitar one so special, but the Caldari one is the most missile focused. So I personally like the Federation one and the Caldari one the most, with the Mimitar one being more of a generalist. But that is what, like, every Marauder pilot's going to want these things. And they may or may not be. These things could theoretically end up being available in the future in other ways, like LP stores or something. So it's hard to say how valuable these are going to be. These officer integrated these officer modules are likely going to be much more rare. Now, they're not as guaranteed as with the election, because these are named after the Empire's faction warfare commanders. So arguably, anything involving, like faction warfare stuff, like, for example, with insurgencies, right? When insurgencies hit a certain point, new rats spawn in those systems, including special named rats, including Zohar and Esri Hakazotsu rats, which for the angels and Garistus, respectively. And then those guys drop special stuff, as well as there's special Upwell rats, and all of these drop the doodads that then can be turned in to get special cool items. And so there could theoretically be in the future other ways of getting Ravelli's officer analyzer blueprint, it's not guaranteed. These are the things that are going to be the most expensive, and we did look at these last time. Oh no, I don't have any rhyme or reason to anything here. So awesome. Let's just do this real quick. Global leaks. Sorry. Grab these really quick. All right. So as we talked about before, so the Zerkosh one is likely going to be pretty freaking valuable. You know, haulers love to get, you know, to have better haulers. There has been some complaints about this because it doesn't actually increase your cargo capacity. But the problem is that it doesn't increase your cargo capacity as per the ore expanded cargo hold, which is already worth 300 million ISK. So it's, you know, you're already talking about a very valuable thing, even if it's no better than the ore expanded launcher or expanded cargo. But it is better. It has the same cargo capacity with a reduction in the penalty for maximum velocity. This may not seem like much, but the God honest truth is it's still better. It also gives you more structure hit points. So it prevents you. The problem is that when you expand your car, a lot of freighters, a lot of these haulers rely on hull primarily in order to survive. And so the very thing that's expanding your cargo hold so you can carry more is also making you easier to gank. So those people who want to maximize their cargo capacity, you know, they already use ore expanded cargo. It's just better to get the Zerkosh's one. Now, is it going to be worth it ISK-wise? Who knows? It's going to be worth it to somebody. But all the people that are complaining that, it's not better because it doesn't do more cargo capacity. Better than the best one? If you start getting much better than this, it's going to get crazy. So I'm just saying, like, this is still going to be a fairly valuable module. And more importantly, it's going to be one of those things that a lot of people... Like, haulers are the kind of people that are willing to spend a crap ton of money in order to eke out a little bit of value because they see themselves as operating most of the time in a fairly safe environment. So this is just better for them, right? The next is the mining laser upgrade. So again, very, very expensive, but for the people that want to get it, it's huge. It is the largest mining bonus amount across the board. People are gonna, and what's crazy about this one, I honestly, I legitimately think that the mining laser one is going to be the number one. And the reason why is because not only are people willing to do it, like to a miner, it's literally just a numbers game, right? It's an investment. If I buy this expensive mining laser, I mine more on a long enough timeline, it will pay itself off, right? Even though it's only a 1% increase, whatever. You know, on a long enough timeline, it will pay itself off. Yes, it does have a higher CPU penalty. It's true. But once you can fit it, whatever, fitting is fitting it, right? So to those people, it's going to be worth it to them to use these things. So that's a big piece to this. But the other piece to this is, I believe, of the 4 of these, hold on. Of the 4 of these, am I crazy? Hold on, let me double check something real quick. No. Okay, never mind. I thought there might have been mutaplasmids for it. If there was mutaplasmids for it, then it would be insane. None of these have mutaplasmids. I was thinking if any of these had mutaplasmids for it, then that would be another, like, people are going to buy these up and then destroy a whole bunch of them just rolling them. But I guess there's not a mining laser upgrade mutaplasmid. It's only a mutaplasmid for the mining laser itself. Is that correct? Let me double check that. Where did mutaplasmids go? Is it a trade good? Not a special edition asset. Modification. Ah, found it. Harvesting mutaplasmids. Nope. Yeah, it's just the lasers. Okay, never mind. That's probably good. I still think that the mining laser will likely be valuable. I actually now that I've looked into it, I think that possibly the expanded cargo hold might be the number one, but we cannot underestimate the Revelli's modified integrated analyzer. I think that this is the one that's the most exciting. In fact, we can even see just by the estimated. This one's estimated 2 billion. That's what people have been seeming to be selling it for the last week. This one's 1.5. This one's 1.3, and Revelli's 2.2. So yeah, as of right now, Revelli is clearly the winner just based on people's opinions. But the question is, how much are these going to be used? How much of these are going to be consumed? How much are people going to want them long term? Revelli's is... never mind, I'm going to take it back. Revelli is number one. I think that the expanded cargo hold is number 2, the mining laser is number 3, and the flux coil is number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, and the prices seem to agree with me. The other thing to think about, though, is realize that if everybody thinks that the Revelli analyzer is the one to get, then there's going to be more of those gotten. So something to think about is that you may want to get one of the other ones that you suspect might become popular. Like, for instance, I think of these, then I think Filmer, the mining laser upgrade, might end up being kind of the sleeper winner, because not as many people are going to be picking this one up. And then in the future, people are still going to want to get it. There's less of a supply of it. It's going to have a higher potential increase in cost. But remember, all of this is speculation. It's speculation based on how much this gets used in the future, how much it gets destroyed in the future, how much people are going to want it in the future, and whether or not it's going to be continued to be available ever again in the future, which that last piece is not guaranteed for this event, but is, like, I guess it would say, you could say it's equal for all 4 of them when it comes to this kind of thing. And plan yourself accordingly. Yes, there is plenty of Odysseus pilots that are all going to want the Revelli modified integrated analyzer, for sure. The only reason anyone wants the analyzer is to show off. It has no practical advantages, really? No, that's not true at all. That's not true at all. So the reason why the analyzer is good is because it has all of the advantages of... So, okay. The integrated analyzers have 2 major value. One is you free up a mid slot. That can be huge. That's the difference between you having a scanning upgrade, so you can maybe scan sites that you wouldn't have been able to scan before, and you can also or you could put it on a cargo scanner if you just want to cherry pick, or you could put on a burst jammer if you want to try to get away. You could put on a second prop if you want to also try to get away, you know, whatever. Having that freed up mid slot can be huge. So all of the integrated analyzers, Lidiger, Zegma, Frostline, are all very valuable for that reason. But there's a second reason why it's valuable too. That second reason why it's valuable, let me double check, make sure I'm doing the right thing. Yeah, so the second reason why this is valuable is because of relic sites. So there's a thing called black glass. Black glass decreases the coherence of data analyzers and increases the strength of data analyzers. This is super critical because your virus strength is the #1 most important stat. You do damage to the defense, and then only if the defense still lives does it do damage to you. So a higher strength means less hits, less damage, more nodes that you can just blow through without taking any damage whatsoever. That is what makes you strong, is having high virus strength. Coherence almost becomes irrelevant once you have enough strength. And so this idea that, like, okay, well, you can have the Tech 2 data. We don't need the purloined. It's not a real thing. So the data analyzer has a strength of 30. So you'd have to sacrifice strength to go to Lidiger. Or you can go with the Zegma. And the Zegma is 500 million ISK. So there's already people that are paying 500 million ISK just to give up just to free up a mid slot and allow them to do this. But the key here is, because these are all data analyzers. Black glass only affects data analyzers, but this is a data analyzer that does relic sites. Okay. So if you have black glass and you have a Liturger, Frostline, or Zegma, that black glass also improves your relic site bonus. And that means that this is the only way to get a bonus for relic sites, right? Because if you just have a relic analyzer, that doesn't get improved by black glass. This is to the point where people will use the Liturger, even though the Liturger has a lower base strength, and just compensate with using the black glass as a way of like getting more strength, just to be able to do both relic sites and data sites already, okay? And they're willing to spend $500 million ISK to instead use the Zegma in order to do it. But there is a huge penalty to both of these, Liturger and Zegma, which is that your utility slots also get reduced. By default, you can have 3 utility slots, which is like as you go through the event or through the hack, you can pick up stuff. Now you want to use screws like wrenches right away, but you probably want to save shields and spikes for when they're needed. And so being able to keep them kind of having multiple men in reserve is really, really nice. Now, a lot of hackers would say that that's not that important, right? Once we have enough strength, we can just blow through everything. It's fine that it only has 1 slot. However, the Frostline and the Revelli has 2 slots. The Frostline has a lowered virus strength and is still worth 434 million. So the Revelli gets all of the advantages of the Zegma, but gets 2 utility slots. That's it. That's the big difference. And that may not seem significant to you, but to a lot of people that hack, that is a huge difference. It can be a huge difference, especially those of us who hack the hardest cans in the game, because you will want to hold on to like a spike on, and like leaving something on the grid just means that it can get covered up potentially by another defense node. So that is the real advantage of the Revelli's modified. Now, is that enough to get it? Maybe. The point is that explorers have a shit ton of money, so they're also willing to spend the money to get it. So that's the thing. And they're also, you know, explorers do really dangerous stuff, so they're also going to lose it. So chances are the integrated both have the highest demand initial and also potentially the highest turnover of people losing them, them being destroyed, them being taken out of circulation. So that's why everybody's kind of banking on these being the most valuable ones. If you're already using Zegma with Black Glass, I don't think an extra slot is a selling point. I mean, if someone's just trying to maximize their shit, if they're already flying around in a 2.5 billion Odysseus, I mean, I don't know, man. MLU? What is MLU? Modified. Laser upgrade. Highest turnover. I agree. I mean, like, possibly. I don't know. I think that the mining laser upgrade is going to be for really dumb people in high sec, really safe people in low sec or in null sec, in like a Hulk or something, or honestly, people being ridiculous in Exordium, right? I rarely use any of the utilities when I have Black Glass plus Zegma, but I think your points are very valid. Yeah, and again, I'm just trying to put things into context for my fellow Empyreans here, right? Like, just like with the expanded cargo hold, like the idea that it doesn't give any more cargo, people can notice that, but the fact that they're like, what they've done is, in order to make it officer, they've taken the best faction and then they've added a side grade to it, right? So in the case of the expanded cargo hold, reduction in penalties. In the cases of the integrated analyzer, one more, like a reduction in reduction in the penalties, right? The Zegma has 2 reduction. This one has 1 reduction. So it's a Zegma with a limited penalty. And that's kind of the philosophy that they did for all of these, I think, right? Because like even the Flux Coil is kind of the same way, right? Where, yeah, the capacitor capacity bonus is the same, but oh no, this one is just flat out better. They actually gave more capability to the capacitor recharge rate bonus. So who knows? I think that of them, though, actually, you know what I think? Let me think. Hold on. I might change my opinion. You know why this one's great? You know who? Okay. So the thing is that you have to think about how many people are going to buy them, which means how many are going to be in the supply. How many people are actually going to want to use them, and are those people that are using them going to lose them? Right? Those are the kind of the three things that make sure that it has value. And so when we talked about the last one, there was like the nanofiber, and I remember I was very pro the nanofiber. We should probably go check to see what the values of these are. And the reason why was because of all of the officer mods that came out for the Gallente election, the nanofiber seemed like the one that might be put on a Titan. You know who use officer mods? Super capital pilots, Titan pilots, even capital pilots. And you know what super capital pilots and Titan pilots want to do? Recharge their capacitor quickly. If somebody has a Titan that they're trying to, AT teams are, yeah, that could be good too. But like, if my goal is to, like, if I'm doing a move op, getting my like a jump, not only does it cause all of the like space aids and stuff, but it also drains your capacitor. So there's this whole thing about like getting your cap back up once you've jumped. And so I could see some very rich nullsec dudes want the modified cap recharger simply to be able to cap back up their ship so that way they can jump again. Now, I'm not a big cap guy, so this is your guys' opportunity to tell me that I'm stupid and dumb and don't got it. I totally accept that. I've been confused about this flux coil for a little while, and I feel like I've now nailed what might be the angle for this flux coil. I think that the flux coil has the most like attractiveness to just a capital pilot that has a shit ton of money. Speaking of officer modules, I accidentally discovered a ridiculousness of all different powered diagnostic systems today. Okay. So yeah, these are the officer mods. These are the big prizes. But remember, unlike the previous event, like with the Gallente event, you had two different currencies. So you got the presidential token, and the only thing that the presidential token could buy are the officer mods. And you spent the normal tokens on everything else, including the faction equipment, right? In this case, both the faction equipment and the officer mods take the same currency. In fact, well, and the officer mods take 1,000 more operational intel than the Bastion was. So I don't look. Officer mods are very fancy. They're very pretty. Seeing that it's worth 2 billion ISK can be very attractive. I think that in the long run, unless they end up putting them in the LP store or something tells me that these Bastion modules are going to be significantly more in demand. Because like an officer module needs a very specific kind of person that wants more power and are willing to spend this absurd amount of money in order to get it. But every marauder pilot that isn't piloting like a throwaway marauder, every real marauder pilot is going to want one of these Bastion modules, and if not more than one. And I haven't heard a single dude being like, oh man, I got to get my hands on. Well, actually, of all of them, I've seen some people talking about them wanting the integrated analyzer for their Odysseus, but every single marauder pilot that I know has said, I gotta get me, honestly, most of them, 2 of these Bastion modules. Every Golem pilot is going to want one of these Caldari Bastion modules. It's almost not even a question. Every Babaraga pilot is going to want a Federation Navy Bastion module. It's almost not even a question. And so it's one of those things where it's like, why not buy it? you know? So like an officer module, you might be able to find somebody to buy it for like 2 billion if it's really fancy, really good, and it's been around for a little while. But as it's pointed out, 1.2 billion right now for Federation Bastion modules. Telling a Marauder to pay a Marauder pilot to pay $1.5 billion for their Bastion module, most of them won't even think twice about it. Their ship already costs that much. So I think that as far as like just good turnaround goes, honestly, I sort of think that the Bastion modules are going to be the winner over the officer modules. I'm interested to hear what you guys think about that and whether or not you think I'm crazy about that. But given the fact that they take the same currency, I have seen significantly more excitement around the Bastion modules than the officer modules. Yeah. That coil makes Blood Raider ships even more busted. That's true. I mean, there's going to definitely be cool niches for the officer mods. But also, somebody mentioned AT ships. It would only work for the AT flagship. So, flag Balgorns might want the capacitor flux coil. But normal AT ships can't fit officer mods, so it wouldn't count. I mean, no normal ships in the AT, non-flag ships in the AT can't fit officer mods. So that wouldn't happen. So excuse me, I cannot stress enough that the most impactful choice that you can buy in the game, the thing that you might actually end up using, the thing that people actually want, is going to be the Bastion modules. And everybody seems to be agreeing with me. And if we go back to the Bastion modules, I think it's worth looking at them again because of this. So here we see that, so the Caldari one is clearly for missiles. We don't even need to worry about that one. The Federation one is damage forward. It has, it loses its fall off, some of its fall off bonus. It loses its tank. It sacrifices a little bit of everything that makes it good, well, except for resistance, in order to just go so damage forward. And this 60%, some people saw this as like 60%. That's worse. Not in this case. It's actually better. It means that you're cycling at 40% of your time instead of 50% of the time. So it actually increases your DPS by 20%. It's one of those things. It's very difficult to think about, but it's like percentages, right? So a normal Bastion module means you're cycling 50% of the time. So let's say your normal cycle time is 4 seconds. You use a normal Bastion module. Why did I use? Okay, let's just, for ease of math. A normal Bastion, like without a Bastion module, your cycle time is 10 seconds because you're firing the largest artillery cannons or something like that, right? So you've got a 10-second cycle time. You put a Bastion module on there, normal Bastion module cuts it in half, you've now got a 5-second cycle time, okay? So that doubles your damage, right? Because you do you were doing it 10 seconds, now you got it to 5 seconds. But now when we're measuring the difference between this Bastion module and the other Bastion module, this is our new baseline, right? So we are now cycling at once every 5 seconds. We switch to the Federation Navy Bastion module, and now we're firing once every 4 seconds. 4 seconds, right? But the cool thing is that that's not 10% better than the normal. It is 10% better absolutely, but relatively, it's actually 20% better. 4 seconds is 20% better than 5 seconds. So you actually increase your DPS with your ship by switching from a Bastion module to a Federation Navy Bastion module by 20%. That is huge, especially since basically Marauders, especially in missions, do not give a shit about their tank. No Marauder has ever had its tank overly threatened in a mission. That's probably not literally true, but it's basically true. So it's all about damage, and this thing does 20% more. That is crazy sauce, okay? The Imperial Navy one sacrifices resistances for repair, which can be good. I actually don't really know how that's balanced. It really depends on a lot of other things. You're sacrificing resistance for raw repair. How that plays out, That's the one. This is why this is the one that I'm kind of the most iffy about, because obviously resistance helps your repair. So you're getting more repair, but you're kind of getting less value out of your repair. And then the Republic one goes the opposite. It goes more resistance, less repair. So if you're going to go with, say, a passive tank Vargur or a passive tank Golem even, this, because you don't care about your reps with your passive tanked. You only care about resistances. So in that case, you'd want to have that. Yeah, Blaster Kronos is looking at 4,000 DPS. So these top two are a little bit more squirrely to me as to which one is valuable and which one, or like why they might be more valuable or why they might not. I can absolutely predict that there will be some Vargur pilots, because the thing is that there has been a lot of changes to Bastions. So I think that the Republic Fleet Bastion would have been a lot better 2 years ago. But with a lot of the nerfs and the kind of nerfs that have come from Bastion to Marauders, specifically the Vargur, the passive Vargur specifically has had a really hard time of it. Don't know if this helps them enough to like compensate for that, but this really does feel like that's what it's designed to be, is the passive fit Vargur. And then the Imperial one, again, like good reps, very good, potentially, especially if you for some reason don't need to worry about the resistances as much, or you have something else to deal with the resistances. But I just think that overall the Federation Navy one beats out the Imperial Navy hands down. And of course, once again, the Caldari one, if you're going with a Golem, you want the Caldari one, hands down. So that is a big piece of the value in these in the event. I recommend considering getting a Bastion module for 4,000 points rather than an Officer module for 5,000 points. If you want to get the, especially like short term, shortest term, probably, hold on. Calculator. So we've got 220, let's call it 220,000 ISK times 5,000 equals, why doesn't this have commas? Thousands, millions, 1.1 billion. Okay. So yeah. Actually, let's do it this way. Hold on. Let's do it this way. Let's call it 2 billion for an officer mod. 2, 1, 2, 3. That's 1,000, million, billion. Divided by 5,000. So assuming that an officer mod is worth 2 billion ISK, which a lot of them aren't, then the Warpath Intel should be worth 400,000. If the Bastion module is worth let's call it 1.2 billion. 1,200,000 divided by 4,000. So in this case, if you bought all of your Warpath Intel for 300,000 and then bought a Bastion module and then turned around and sold it for 1.2 billion, which again, I think we just established is totally a reasonable thing to do based on the estimates. So yeah, actually, I stand corrected. Selling Warpath Intel directly right now is actually a bad idea. Honestly, it's worth buying the Warpath Intel and then turning them into Bastion modules more likely than not. You would have to buy Warpath Intel for at least 300,000 ISK per unit to start being the cost of the actual Bastion module. Minus taxes, yeah, that's fair, but like still. So the Republic Fleet one looks interesting for incursion runners. Yeah, I mean, there might be some interesting angles to it. Now, remember that Bastion modules, when you have a Bastion on, you can't receive remote reps. So it's not like you can compensate by having a Logi. At that point, yeah. No, yeah. I am going to get a Federation Navy Bastion module and try it out on my Paladin, that's for sure. Okay. In addition to that, there's the skins. The skins, I mean, they're fine. They're not overly fancy. Well, Well, I mean, they're shiny. I think of them all, the Caldari ones are going to be the most valuable because they like the G to 4/4-ness of it. I don't know how many people will want a Galente ship with G to 4/4 on it, but maybe some people. And of course, the unlimited Skinner items, that's where I'm going to be buying a lot of my stuff. And I think that all of the empires have the same stuff with the exception of the emblem one, right? Because there's an emblem one for each one. The unlimited ones are worth 300 each. No, sorry, 300 for this one. 200 for the other ones, which means I need 1, 2, 3, 4. 800 Warpath Intel. How many do I have? Not that much. Well, let's go get some. And of course, the boosters and the accelerator crates. If you can sell an accelerator now, that can be good. Boosters can be good now, but these all expire. So these have no long-term value. The unlimited Skinner items could have long-term value. Especially the unlimited ones. I don't see the limited ones gaining too much value. But the unlimited ones very much could. Especially these patterns. They seem like they could be pretty good. But yeah, I think of course the big cash out is going to be the Bastion modules and the integrated analyte. There's something that triggers an effect on the skin, and then somebody can trigger that a second effect. I think that's true about the ones. Hold on, no, the Pony Club told you that. I think that's not the right ones. That's not those. I'm pretty sure. I think that's the ones that were the Plex one, the ones that are part of the sales right now. Malak even tested this. Skinner rats drop Skinner items, and I have a mountain of them. Would you be interested in them? Pretty sure that you can redeem them remotely. Yeah, I mean, I would have. Any Skinner items that I get, I'll just add to my collection. So this skin, Cold Wind. Nope, not that one. This skin, which is so there's a set of skins that came out as part of there's a Plex, or there's an Omega sale, and then there's like the event packs that come with these things. These are the ships that under the correct, when you're docked up, it shows the faction logo. I think it's actually I think it's the same as the Incursus one that we got. Was it an Incursus? Or was it an Ishkur? Or is it an Enyo? Yes. So this Enyo skin, you can see here, looks very, very normal. Please be here. Dang it. All right. Well, we'll go head over here and get it. First, I'm going to dock up, though. $2,400 intel for each of the unique skins that you can get. Yep, and if you're interested in it, then that's good. It's the Capsuleer Day skins. I probably will try to get them. You know, Capsuleer Day skins are good. You managed to get top damage and a Tengu on an Ataki capital? Hell yeah. Just got a 330 million ISK skin from a complex site. Something tells me it's not going to actually be worth that much. Which skin was it? The gorilla pattern is amazing, totally worth the 100 million ISK to work. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, the unlimited patterns look really good. These patterns especially look good. I mean, we will look at those in a little bit. because I'll be doing Skinner stuff. Make sure to exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Million one the other day, a Skybreaker one. Ooh. One thing I will say is that any skin or anything that you get in an event site, just remember it's probably going to be worth less than it says, and if you save it for later, then that's going to be better. I wonder which one it could have dropped. Which one did it drop? Which Skybreaker one dropped? That would be worth that much. Maybe it was a Capsuleer Day skin. It could have been the Capsuleer. Yeah, no, yeah, they're dropping a lot of the Empire or the they're dropping the normal skins that drop during events. I'll put it that way. Yeah, all of the Navy skins across the board are going to be cheap. They were already cheap. Like, this has been a thing since basically Shadow Wars. You sold a Skybreaker skin for 108 million the other day. Excellent. It was for Capsuleer Day from Lashak. Yeah. Okay. So chances are we're talking about 2 years ago's Capsuleer Day event skin, which honestly, this was one of the sickest event skins or like Capsuleer Day skins that we've had so far. Yes, the biggest jackpots I've seen so far have been implants, and that's why I was saying like the biggest jackpots that I've seen so far have come from the data sites. Both tiers of the data sites, mostly the higher level tier, but the people that are getting like huge jackpots are like, oh my god, I got a 600 a million ISK implant. Every single one of them so far have been doing, if I understand correctly, all of them have been doing hacking sites. Yeah, that one. Yeah. That was also one of the best Capsuleer Day events where we had that we've had so far. Wish it would come back. Yeah, I mean, well, what's funny is that that Capsuleer Day event was just a redo of the Doctor Who event, which was, of course, a lot of people hated on that, but the actual event itself, the tasks, the fights, the sites themselves were amazing, and you know, people really loved it, even though they didn't really like the Doctor Who part of it sometimes. But yeah, they brought it back for Capsuleer Day 21, and absolutely it'd be great if they brought back that kind of site again. My favorite was hacking filaments. That was crazy. As an explorer, it was just a dream. Oh, you got a jackpot item from a combat site? I assume in HiSec? Fair enough. Maybe it's just a matter of the people that report to me are mostly explorers. As far as the defense grid, by the way, I do want to point out, like, people have been complaining about guys nipping the loot from the defense grid. Again, with all sorts of events, it's always best to be off the beaten path. The cash-in event, or the cash-in site appears next to the other 3 grids, so you should have a good opportunity to get it ahead of time. It does kind of suck that somebody can nip it, but like, get good, I guess. Yeah, well, the combat sites are going, people just ninja the loot them most of the time. I haven't found that true to be most of the time. Especially, the thing is, the counter to this is that no one site in HiSec, the cruiser sites aren't worth enough for somebody to sit there and like jack it. Some people will, like I said, get away from the beaten path will be very helpful. I didn't actually find it as a actual problem when I was running stuff in Mimitar space. Okay, so here's the Ishkur, right? Or, no, Enyo. And we can see, do you see the logo here? So the logo, if we look, it does not appear on the actual skin. And when we undock, I actually don't know if it's going to be there. We're going to check. I'm glad that didn't come across. Sorry, there was like a loud horn. Okay, so yeah, see here? I don't have the logo while in space. And the reason why is because I need to get a kill mail with the... I have to get a killing blow with this ship in order for the logo to appear. And I don't think I have one with this specific copy of this ship yet, which is why the logo's not appearing yet. So I think that the other skins that were part of the sale are the same way, where this is what Caldari Prime Pony Club was talking about. I'm pretty sure. Now, I wish that he would show up and correct me, potentially, but hold on. There's skins here. So, if we look at these skins, which are part of the, again, part of the sales. So there's a pack, and then there's also an Omega sale. These are the skins that I think Caldari Prime Pony Club was saying has special effects. And I if I understand correctly, Malak got it for the Vagabond. Yeah. Malak got the Starkmanir Strategist for the Vagabond, and he said that this one does have a logo that appears while you're docked. I don't know why Malak isn't talking in chat. He should send me a picture of the thing so I can show it off. But yeah, that's what I've heard so far. So I think that Caldari Prime was referring to the sale skins. There's in the Eve is Beautiful. Okay, great. Pull it up real quick. Oh, wow, that is really cool. So here we go. You can see the Vagabond and the Starkmanir logo on the top. So this is what I think Caldari Prime was talking about, was that these premium skins that were part of the sales have special effects. I do not think that the normal event skins have the fancy stuff to them. Just so that I haven't seen anything about it. I totally did a low sec when I found a site nearly completed. Just sat there cloaked and scooped the loot can once the beacon spawned. I mean, that can be a good. I mean, you can do it. It's spooky because obviously they're going to be on their way soon, and you got to get the stuff and get off in time. It also helps, like, if you see where the site is, if they're like, for instance, this defense grid, right? If I was to want to harass this defense grid, I would want to find something that's at least 106 AU away. So yeah, we see this, like, if I go to Anya 4, so Starkmanir now has 2 types of skins. Yeah, that sounds right. Well, this is a special skin. This isn't the color scheme of the Starkmanir. The Starkmanir skin is the color scheme of the Starkmanir. This is just like the, all 4 empires got special skins for this event. It's just the Minmatar ones are themed around are like Starkmanir focused. The Amar ones are Amatar focused. The Minmatar one, or the Gallente ones, are presidential, and the Caldari ones suggest that it has something to do with the Caldari Syndicate, which, again, rabbit holes. We're going to try not to go too deep down that right now. But what we can see here is, now that I've warped to Anya 2, or wherever the hell I am. 4 rather, you can see I'm 2 AU away from the defense grid. So now I'm way closer to the defense grid if I wanted to try to like hijack the loot in the end. So if you can like prowl in a celestial near the site, but obviously the people that are in the site are going to have the most chance to get on top of it. Aren't the Caldari skins the Jita skins? No. Well, all of the the event skins are Jita skins. The Caldari version of the sale skins are the state regulator skins, which look like this. And what's weird about them is that it says Caldari state SYN0041. Oh shit, I'm not showing it. So that's the thing that's got us, is that like, see, they took the logo that should be there and they've changed it to Caldari State SYN 0041, which seems to be Caldari State Syndicate. But again, no idea. But I've been doing lots of tinfoil over the last few days, including with these skins and this event. You should go back and check those out if you're interested. Yeah, the Capsuleer, the Jita ones are the Capsuleer Day skins. But I do not know why these have the name Caldari Syndicate, but there has been some very interesting tinfoil to come from that. All right, let's go. Is there anything else that needs to be talked about when it comes to how to get the most out of this event? I want to say that just about covers it. Oh, it's, you don't, so the sub-only video, what I'm talking about, my previous live streams. If you go back, the sub-only video is an edit, is a cutout from my previous live stream. So if you just go, and you can also go just watch the VODs of the live streams. And this is true for everybody. Like if you miss a live stream, it's usually worth going back and checking the live tab and going through those live videos. Yeah, you can watch all my previous videos. I just cut out the segments because I think that those are going to be interesting to look back on separately. The easiest way to do the event is to steal loot and interceptor. I mean, that is the best way to get the loot from those sites, but it also does nothing to progress the site or your track. So there is that. All right. You do get the tokens though. And everybody hates you. Normally, I only make the edited videos available to members only for one day, but since I've been streaming so much this week and there's been so much new stuff, I don't want to make like some videos step on each other. So I'm kind of just waiting for the first day that I'm not doing anything to make it live for everybody again. But like I said, you can always just go back and watch the full VOD that it came from if you want to watch it. That video is also more focused on like the conspiracy and the Sylphie and the lore side of things. What is the skill line of the Caldari skins named? What? It is the skin line. It is the state regulator. And both of the state regulator skins came from the packs. So if you go back and watch the first day's Capsuleer Day event, that's when I talk about them in particular. I will stress that the packs are not worth it, in my opinion. The discount packs where you get Omega for discount and then get skins on top of that, absolutely worth it. The $15 and $90 pack, much less worth it. But the 2 state regulator skins come from those packs. What is the fastest way to acquire tokens that does not involve stealing cans? Well, running sites. Honestly, I low-key probably think the hacking site, just because of how many sites I've run into. But I might just be going mad because it seems like there's so many hacking sites out there right now. I'm running a site of 1 million Tristan with just integrated Jones. It's practically 10 million every 7 minutes. Yep, that could work. Yeah, really the best way to earn points in this, or the best way to earn the tokens in this event is honestly the hacking and the combat sites. Whichever of those two you can tolerate the most, that's going to be the best one. They're probably about equal when it comes to, yeah, the one that you can tolerate the longest or jumping between the two is going to be the best. Obviously, if you can do, the harder low sec sites, those are going to be big reward payouts. But as with a lot of things with Eve, the best ISK per hour is the thing, or the best ISK generator isn't necessarily the thing that's the most ISK per hour, but it's the thing that you can do for the most hours without driving yourself insane. So whatever that happens to be for you, go for it. Mining as fast as you get a barge with boost, but mining doesn't continually generate more of the tokens. So if you're just trying to complete the track, mining faction warfare can be good, but those don't generate any extra tokens. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take all of my tokens, see how many tokens I can get. What are they called? Intel? I do not have enough of these. Sweet. So we're going to redeem everything now. And then go here and redeem these. How many did I need? I need more than this, right? I needed, how much was it? Let's say I need 400 or more. Oh no, I don't have very much money. Where's all my money? Whatever. We'll just go with this. This is fine. Let's go see which Skinner items I want to grab. Use a filament to get yeeted into X Pandemic, now in empty space. Farm the hell out of new level 2 sites. Yeah. Exploration and nullsec, if it has both the sites in it, that's going to be really good. We should definitely try that out. I've got my Warpath intel. I head to the site. I'm in a frigate because I'm significantly less spooked than I was last event. Make sure to do your explanatory plunder, because when we're done with this, I'm going to do my skin. Or rather, your skin, I guess. Okay. And we're going to grab advancing lines. Okay, so this is 200, 200, so I can get 3 of them, right? Great. So we're going to get Chaotic Skies. Advancing lines. And let's grab War Fatigue. So I still need, and I just got 3 turn-ins, so I can claim that now. And that got me a little bit more points, but not enough to do anything. And I still need to get 200, 400. $400 plus 1,200, so I need 1,600 more points to get the rest of the Skinner items. Okay. Your skin? Yeah. And that's it. Basically, that is everything I have for you about how to get the most out of this event. We've got a little over 3 more weeks. You know, there's like people that are out there doing the sites. People are making money. So it may not necessarily be as like crazy as some of the previous events a few years ago, but you put some effort into it, get some consistency. This is going to be a good way of generating some wealth, especially for you newer pilots that may not be able to do the better ISK per hour tasks with fancy equipment. This is all stuff that you can do in cheaper ships that are difficult to disrupt, especially if you are willing to travel a little bit in order to get somewhere where people aren't. You know, this is a great way to get yourself set up, because remember, FanFest is coming next week and the expansion is coming soon. You know, a lot of more stuff is happening. The Intaki Syndicate, if anything, has shown that big changes are potentially happening. It's going to be a much like a crazy time to be an EVE Online player. So build your nest egg now, prepare, get some ISK ready to go, especially for FanFest, because announcements at FanFest could be a good opportunity to make a lot of money as well. Are you getting all the ones for each empire as well? I'm going to eventually, yeah. The complexes and high sec are definitely a new way to get a lot of ISK. Absolutely. They are, like, as far as ships and fits and all that stuff, they are fairly trivially easy to do. You could pretty much use any of the recommended PvE fits. Again, you can do the complexes and destroyers. I definitely recommend people consider picking up a destroyer to do them. As long as you can hit something consistently at 8K, you should be pretty much fine. But let's go ahead and do the giveaway. Last chances, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. I have we have 28 people. We have 90 people on stream. We have 90 people on stream. We've got 39 likes. That could be made better. And we've only got 29 people in the giveaway. So if you haven't already, please make sure to give that thumbs up for the channel or for the stream. And then also exclamation point plunder, get your ticket in. We're going to give it like 2 more minutes just to make sure people can get another chance to do it. Double check to make sure all of you guys that are doing it are in. We've got B Thompson, he's in. Nezel is in. Looks like people are able to get in. Looks like it's doing pretty good. Dutch is in. Dark is in. Looks like everybody's being able to get in fine today. That's good. That makes me happy. Come on. I want to shut it down, so get it done. Come on. People are trickling in one at a time. I don't want to cut somebody off, but at the same time. W. I say that and then NW didn't get in. NWI Dart. Try again. Joe. You're in. Why is NWI Dart? God. Try it one more time, NWI Dart. Now that it said that again. I don't know. I blame YouTube. Hold on. No. Not taking in everybody but NWI Dart. No, I don't think it's fine at all. NWI Dart, what's your favorite ship? I know. I look, I don't. It's YouTube. Blame YouTube. NWI Dart, what's your favorite ship? You're going with a Jackdaw? I don't have any skins for a Jackdaw. I can't do a Jackdaw. I do have skins for a Jackdaw. NWI Dart, would you like the Aurora Universalis skin for the Jackdaw? Wait, do I have that? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not screwing myself out of it. I am kind of screwing myself out of it. Dang it. All right, well, whatever. Do you want the Galnet or the Aurora Universalis skin for the Jackdaw? If so, I need your in-game name. Watch, I'm going to do this, and then it turns out he actually did. Okay, which one do you want? Do you want the Aurora Universalis or the Galnet? Give them both? Come on, guys. Maybe. Is NWI Dart? Are you at least subscribed to the channel? The one you already have? I don't have either of them, so don't worry about it. The only one I have is Exoplanets, and I don't necessarily want to give you that one. I'll give you whichever one you want. All right, I'm picking one. Do you want? Let me ask you this way then, NW Dart. Do you want pink or not pink? That's your choice. You want pink or not pink? Pink or purple? Aurora? Okay, great. We'll go with Aurora. I'm sorry, I can't make YouTube do the right thing, but I can do my own thing to make up for it, and I can do whatever I want. That's the nice thing about having this stream. That's the guy, right? That's you? Eve University? Yep. Okay, great. Boom. All right, enjoy your skin. Now, for everybody else, now I've given you guys plenty of time. Anybody who hasn't put it in, you're done. Closing entries. We're going to pull in 5, 4, 3, 2, can't do numbers, 1. Boom. Martin Delp, are you here? Martin, 5665. Excellent, you're here. Okay, great. So, I need to know if you want a custom skin or do you want a skin for my Skinner collection. If you want, what ship do you want it for? And if it's a custom skin, do you have any suggestions or ideas about what it is that you would like? Because I'm willing to make you. I have a whole Skinner collection, or a collection of all these different kinds of skins. I have Skinner custom skins that you can choose from, depending on what you want, or I can make you your own custom skin, whichever one you want. Right now, you're the winner. So, also, if you want to, we can do. If it's easier, you can hop on Discord and we can talk there. Yep. Congratulations, man. So I need to know what ship. Do you want you know, I've got all kinds of skins ideas. I need something to work with. You're on the spot. Discord is down for a lot of people. Of course it is. Of course it is. Why not? You're on the spot, man. A paladin. Okay. That's not how to spell paladin. Okay, the only paladin skin I have is Glacial Drift, so we're probably gonna have to make one. I need. What do you have any inspiration, any favorite colors, any vibe that you want, any prompting that you want to give me for your paladin? Go for pink. Rate limit error. Of course. Why not? Yantey Insignia Paladin? Hell yeah. I think I can hop into the channel. Yeah, I am in the on-air channel if you can hop in Discord. Otherwise, just give me your inspiration. Something like the classic white skin where in the log in a long time. So you're talking, okay, so hold on. So what you're saying, you want like a Purity of the Thrones inspired skin. Is that right? Like this one? Yeah, okay. So we want a Purity of the Throne style inspiration. Let's see where we can go with this. I am a big fan of the opalescent colors, and the white are really good about that. Do you like the opalescent colors? We can check it out. So, let's see. We have... So we can go with like pure white, but like I personally love these kind of colors that have a little bit of a different sheen to it, based on the angle, like that one, or that one's not white. That one's not white. That one is. So this one's like white, but it has like a teal when it's looked at from a different angle. Really wish I could sort and filter these things better. Are these mostly gloss, I think? Maybe not. Satin? Or do you want like a pure white? It's funny because like I keep on being like, oh, you know, like I've been doing darker stuff. I haven't been able to use these ones, and now that I'm actually looking for them, I can't find any of the good ones. Shine is good. All right, let's see. We've got, what happens if we go all, there's also metallic. Play around with metallics, but that's not white, that's silver. So probably not as good. This still has that like sheen to it. So it's got like a red from the right angle and blue from the right angle, but it's white otherwise. Please no pink. Let's see what just glossy white looks like. That seems pretty cool. Now then, I like to like make, ooh. Hold on. Okay, so that's black by default. I didn't even notice that black off the top of my head. So we can put in some texture there. Maybe this one would make good. Nah. White and gold look kind of cool. White and silver. Darker looks better. Oh, okay. So, what's your favorite color that isn't white? Because it's not pink. So is it red? Is it purple? Is it blue? Is it green? Is it teal? Purple or violet? Okay. So let's get one that's dark purple. Like this one. What about that? That's kind of got a good vibe to it, right? Because it's got the white panels, but it's got a little bit of the standout purple. Let's see if we can find something to make it pop a little bit with like a little bit more of a detail. There we go. So now we've got the metallic purple, and then we've got little purple highlights. How are you creating skins? Do I? Yes, I've bought as many unlimited skins. I've paid billions of ISK in unlimited skin unlocks, and a lot of people have also donated other pieces. And people donate Plex to me to allow me to do this for you guys. Yeah. Okay, so this is great. Let's look at what corporation or alliance? What are you going to be using this paladin for? Who are you? You gave me your in-game name. Hold on, let's go look. I want this one to be special for you. Oh, you're the COO of Galente Space Rabbits. All right. Are you Galente? So you're Galente, but you want to wear a paladin? I could put some lines. Okay. I think. Well, we could hold on. Oh, you're a well, yeah, but like that's fair. 180. Nope. 90. Hey. And then orbital. No, rotate. No, that's not what I want. I do want the orbital, don't I? That's not, definitely not it. Right? Oh no! Pop. Right? Hey, here we go. So now we go offset forward, offset up, and then oh, it's already mirrored. That's kind of handy. I only have one more of these left though. We could remove it from these places so then it looks a little bit better. I don't know. Was away from the stream, duty called. Looked like somebody's building a holy hand grenade skin. A little bit, yeah. Holy hand grenade. You said you wanted lines though, so let's go ahead and look for if there's any other. Along the long axis on the top, not the sides. On the top, okay. What is happening? Okay, that's kind of like that, but is this because it's mirrored? No, that's weird. Offset. That's not going to do anything. This is. Ooh, we can get some pretty cool effects if we get it at just the right amount. That kind of looks cool. What if we mirror it now? Now it's clean. Do you like it staggered like that? We can change the color, obviously. Is that at all cool, or do you want to direct it a different way? I mean, the other choice is just go with flat lines like that. I can pull them up a little bit. Like that. Very Dixie cup look. Let's go ahead and pick a better color. We want this to really stand out, right? So we could go with gold. There's this nice orange. There's the orange that matches your corporation, right? I think. Lines on the top are good. Not so thick stripes. So you want not so thick stripes? Is that too thick? You want the lines. Ooh, wait. What happens if we do that? That you can disagree if you want, and I can change it if you want, but hold on. Actually, before you make a decision, let me rotate this around to the other direction and then offset it out. And now we have that. So far, this is, I think, what the coolest thing that we've come up with so far. You can tell me what you think. I mean, I could make it less thick at the top, potentially. What would be the good color for this? Damn. You know, what if... I'm a big fan of the red. What about this? What do you think about this setup? A little lighter on the stripes? Okay. See what I can do. How light? Is that good? Red or gold did look good. How about senatorial swamp for the color? Man, you guys say like the specific colors, and that's fine, but then I have to find them, and that's just not going to happen. Dev better? Wait, what? Oh, definitely better. Okay, got it. And then you want... If we go with red, we could go with like a metallic red. Or we could go with like a deep entropic alloy red. Oh, that just turns black. You recommend a mid-game ship above the buzzard for exploration? I mean, you're not... The buzzard is going to be a hot... Like, the only thing that gets better above the buzzard is like defensive and offensive capabilities. The buzzard is going to be like a good go-to exploration frigate forever. The only things to go from there is either the Astero or the Pacifier, which are both going to be more offensive oriented. The Pacifier is also going to be a little bit faster, or like the T3 cruiser if you want to do like nastier sites. Metallic. What? Which part? Which part is What part has confused Malak? What about this, Martin? Is this good? Any corrections, decisions, thoughts? Oh, no. Well, I mean, all the T2 frigates, the red and violet clashes. Okay, great. We can, you're right. In that case, we can go with purple. Metallic. Well, that is metallic red. This is metallic red. Do we want to go more purple, or do we want to go... We could go with metallic purple too. This is if we double down on the purple. That's a blue. Different shade of purple Ava. I don't know what you want. A purple available. I gotcha. Well, do we want bright purple or do we want dark purple? Hold on. Nope, that's a brown. Hard to imagine. Yeah. Hold on. Let me just poke around for a little bit. See if anything jumps out. I do like this. God, I love this color so much. Opal Mantle is a teal that turns into gold. This is a blue that disappears in the light. Nothing's super jumping out at me. I think. What is this? Violet Covenant? So that is the matching color. That's them both being the same color. A really dark red that changes with the angle. That would be Entropic Alloy. Do we want to change the base color to be red to match? Let's try that. Let's see what happens if we change it. Let's ignore the fact that you said purple for a minute. We can always go back to it if we want to. We change it to be entropic, then we go there, and then this becomes that. No. 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 I want a deeper, too bright of a red. Maybe? You know what? What if we did this, where instead of being red highlights, it's little gold highlights? What if it's nothing? Actually, you know what? I think that honestly, we just don't need anything in the text slot. Do you think this looks better or worse? Are we in the right direction? I do think that this is like the best use for Skinner. We can also use a second pattern if we wanted to disrupt it, but we're trying to be subtle here. Yeah, what happens if we do this? I think that's cool, but anyway. Color white gloss. Is there any changes that we want? I like the few lines at on the side. At the top, there's too many. Okay. Let's see what we can do. I think that we just get more on the top as we go that direction. Oh, wait. We can get a big line on the side. Oh, okay. We also, let's see, we can do a projection. We do a projection from the, or if we do a thing from the front, I bet we get a different look to it. That can be even crazier. But if we go with the right side, and then we rotate it to 90 degrees, and then we offset it up, that could work theoretically. But we can also scale it up and then bring it up. And now it looks like that. That's a different kind of stripes. Better or worse? Hey, Sargon 07. A little more down, so it's too heavy. Hold on, let's try different stripes. Turn back down the scale. Offset it again. Rotate it to -90. Meh? Do we want these stripes to go straight? Let's see. What if we... did something like this? That kind of looks cool in its own way. Big stripe. Not necessary. Sorry, I'm German. No, it's okay, man. I'm more than happy. This is a fun. I'm having fun. Like this is a good like experiment to see what kind of things we can do with this stuff, right? We're just trying different stuff. Ultimately, I'd go for the skull. Well, yeah, that might work. We could also. Ooh, hold on. That kind of gives us something different. That's actually really weird. On the cheeks, it's metallic decal. Let's see. Let me see if I can just put something on here that looks good. We go like this, sending it to -90. See it now? What? Which one? What are we talking about? The big stripe decal. Are you talking about the lines of convergence? You just want one big stripe? feel like I might be overthinking it. That's definitely not what you meant. We can do one big stripe. What would look good? Hold on. This might be interesting. That gives us a thing. Yeah, flowing from the decal above the first bottom hump. Flowing from the decal above from the first bottom hump. You're talking about like from here. Okay, hold on. So we want something that like goes like this. To break up the texture a little bit. I think. So we might want, what if we go like this and we scale it down? Oh, that's not going to be great. And we project it. Hold on. Let's start with that and then offset it up or back and up. I feel like I'm getting further away from what you asked for though. Okay, let's see. Seems so. Yeah. Okay. So let's go with a. You said you want a single stripe, like that, or how do I make the single stripe start part of the way down? That's not a single stripe. Still bad? Is there anything I don't own that would have been better? Flowing from the decal above the first bottom hump, up, top, and back. I'm assuming you mean the decals in like the logo. Oh, wait, hold on. This actually has a lot of, well, maybe some potential. No, this doesn't have potential. Like, we could do that. I don't have this one. You could get the Galente logo put on it. Wait. This has some potential. It's kind of not great because it's so faded, but it might have potential. Maybe 3 stripes, 2 bigger ones left and right on it, so it should hit the decal, some sort of highlight on the angle change. Yes, it has. Okay. So if we lower it, if we bring that over, and then up, down. Let's get the exact numbering down. There we go. That looks kind of good. But it's so, like... I almost want to just make it deep void just to get it as dark as I can. I don't know. I wish that one was... I really wish this one was not as faded. Because that looks really good otherwise. Hang on a second. Hold on. Let me see if this works. We go to the logo, and then we bring it down. Grrr! I need it to be the other way around. So, like this. Now we have a stripe that bisects the logo. And then we can put this back to being the red. That actually ends up looking okay because it also merges with the piece that's here. This is probably the cleanest looking version that we've come up with so far. I can theoretically put a second thing on it if we're interested. If we want to, like, I don't know. No, we don't really want to do this, do we? We want it to look clean. Yeah, you like clean. I think... let's just play with this for just a second, see if we can make something out of this. Where'd it go? There it is. Something like that. Yeah. Ooh. Okay. A little bit down. I don't want it to merge with itself. Actually, let's make it a little bit smaller. And then down. And then rotate it a little tiny bit. I want to be very careful to not get it to merge on the sides. We could theoretically bring it back. Oh, wait, whoa. If we do something cool here, we might be able to do something cool here. Hold on. We can expand this, and we can bring it a little bit further up, right? And then a little tiny bit back. Oh, come on. I feel inspired. A little bit up, too. We don't want it to... It's okay. Don't want it to merge. That actually looks fine. And then we change this to the same color, and suddenly it's like this neat little thing. And then this, also gets shrunken, be thinner, and then offset moved up, set here, boom. That is a little bit of fancy, a little bit of, and it kind of merges it all together. This is the first halfway decent offer I think I've had for you so far. Is this close? Winter filigree can be inverted mirror and look like a heart. Ooh, we could play around with it a little bit more. Don't feel that you have to accept it the way it is. If there's something we can do to make it better, that's fine. It's gonna be an expensive one though. Yes, lazy one. Actually, speaking of which, all of you guys who got skins from me, I need you to take pictures or videos of it and send it to me. Get the beginning of this one on top of the decal, please. So the decal pops. Okay, so you do want it to cover. You want it to cover the decal. So like that. Perfect. Are we good? Did we actually get something decent? Do we like exactly where this filigree piece is? Let me see. Now that we've moved that, let's see what happens if we move this. Nope, that's not the right one. This way. And then, do we want it this rotation? We can rotate it. I feel like it should be more. Actually, I think we pretty much nailed it. I think we might have nailed it. Let's move this. Nope, not down. Nope. We want it to kind of claw out? Probably not. What if we... Wait, what if we do something dramatic? Like... the other way around? No. Nope, nope, nope. I tried. I think we can't really fix it from there. We pretty much just go like this. Like that. And then the stripe a tiny bit bigger, okay? And then we have to bring it back down and bring it back. Looks good. Boom, boom. Is this what we're going with? Is this, did we do it? What are we naming this thing? True purity? Purity of blood? Oh. Oh no, because that's what the purity of the throne was all about. Was about the purity of the bloodline. Are you true Amar? Wait, are you true Amar? No, you're Nikuni. You're Khanid. Okay. Never mind. Anything? Is this right? Thumbs up. What do we want a name for it? I think Purity of the Throne is so expensive. Well, only now. Perfect. Excellent. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Purity of blood? Are you saying yes to also to purity of blood? Purity of the blood? Can we call it that? Hold on. Does that even... Purity of the blood. Huh? Is that the name of the skin? Yay! Hey man, that makes this all worth it. I know some of you guys, thank you guys for hanging out. Yeah, okay, great. Thank you for willing to hang through this. I know it's like, okay, cool, but hopefully we learn a lot about Skinner every single time we play with it. And what's important is that people get a skin that they really, really enjoy. So this has been a good time. I appreciate it. We're going to finalize this design and pay 200 plex. I think that's just going to be the way of it. No, I mean, whatever. Like I said, people actually donated Plex, so thank you very much to Thrans, and I think Morcar and a few other people that donated Plex to give me kind of this stash to be able to do these things. So one of the things I like to do about this is that I like to make my skins with no consideration for the actual cost. That way I make the skin that people want. Made a skin that I actually only created before I finished. Now it's sold to you for 1 ISK. Do with it what do you want? Okay, great. Cool. We're going to put this in. And so in 3 days, 13 hours, if you can DM me, or either DM me or email me your in-game name. I did. Which one was yours? I'm so sure I gave you yours. I'm so sure I did yours. I don't know how to tell. Oh. Hey, look, there's some people yeah, Gilted Rose. There it is, waiting for you to pick it up. It's right here. It's waiting for you. Cool. All right. All right. Well, that has been fun. That was a good one. Yeah, they don't give you a notification. They don't give you a notification when you get these things. When I put up a contract, or when you put one of these things up. You're right. It's not your fault. It's the game's fault. Okay. Like I said, I need Martin, please make sure to either DM me on Discord or email me your in-game name, so that way I have it in 3 days when it comes out. And if I don't give it to you, please bug me so I can get it to you. Yada yada yada. But other than that, then how do I get it? If you open up your own Skinner and then go to Paragon Hub and scroll down, you should see exclusive listings. See these 2 skins that I have here that people. So Remy has sent me this skin for a minute, or for 1 plex, or sorry, 1 ISK. Wow, what a skin. So I'm gonna hit buy because this is sent just to me. Now I have it, and then I can also get this Federation Estero. That was sent to me by Sean Parisi, the Galente Estero, which is Galente green and silver. This is actually pretty dope. I'm not going to lie. I'll pick that one up as well. So you should have my skin right there in the exclusive listing section. Of course, Martin. Thank you. All right. Any other questions, comments, concerns? Are you ready to go? So remember, tomorrow, where are we all going to be tomorrow morning, guys? Well, you know, tomorrow at whatever, 2000, whatever, Eve time. We're all going to be in Uranichi blowing up a Fortizar, right? So I hope to see you there. But until then, I think that wraps it up for this week. Next week, we will be continuing to experiment with stuff or doing stuff for the event, possibly. But really, again, next week is all just preparation for FanFest. As of this time next week, we will be in full FanFest crazy mode. So we'll be doing streams throughout the entirety of FanFest. Usually what we do is I will go live after FanFest is over, and then we will watch FanFest stream videos and kind of do reaction videos to them on Friday and Saturday, because those are when the big announcements and stuff are being done. Hey, King Zombie. Well, it's okay. You just got here. This video, like all of my videos, are always available on YouTube. You can watch the previous episodes, which I actually strongly recommend, especially from this last week. We've been covering a lot of lore stuff. There's been a lot of tinfoil stuff. There's been a lot of good thoughts and talking about everything from psychology, sociology, its impact, EVE Online's impact in the world, whether or not it's okay that CCP, or rather FC, is doing work with DeepMind, yada yada yada. I've covered all those sorts of things in the recent YouTube videos or live streams. I would recommend checking them out. Yeah, after the keynote. So yeah, basically on the keynote's on the end of Friday, which, remember, they're in Icelandic time. So when the keynote's over on Friday, that's when I will go live, and then we will respond to the keynote, talk all about everything that's going on, yada yada yada, and also potentially go back and watch some of the other recordings if they're worth reacting to. Did I see a new Vanguard videos dropped? No? Oh yeah, it's the tech demo about how they build their stuff. There's also the new Nerds, the episode of Nerds that I never actually checked out this week. The tech stuff from Vanguard is very interesting to me, but so far I don't know if people are wanting to like sit there and rivetedly watch how technical nerds are talking about how they deploy different tech in their in Vanguard. But yeah, like I said, everything now is about building up to next week, which is FanFest. So get there for your Anichi, get your time done during the event, make your money, get your links, buy your Bastion modules and other stuff. But all that said, I'm an Astrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you all so much for hanging out. It's been a good time. Today we covered everything that you need to know in order to get the absolute most out of today, the event going on, the Capsuleer Day event. How to complete all the tracks, why you might want to do it, and what you might want to spend your coins on or whatever. You can scrub through the first few seconds. We'll do that another time. For now, I just want to say thank you so much for all of you who hang out, like the stream, comment, especially once the video's over. You go back and watch this thing and it's VOD. You comment on it. I love you so much. Sharing it with a friend, your alliance mates. Thank you so much. If you subscribe to the channel, that's huge. If you go into the Discord, you can go into the Discord where you can ask questions, you can hang out with us, you can come pop on chat or voice and bother me if you want. You can also, if you haven't yet, you can get 1 million free skill points by using the link down below or in chat. It gives you 1 million free skill points, and it helps those who help the channel. Also, thank you to those of you who go the extra mile to become a supporter or a patron, pick up some merch like this mug, or the shirt that I had on yesterday, not today, yada yada yada. Very much thank you to all of you who support the channel. It's why I'm able to do what I do. But I also want to give a special shout out, my shout out to my top tier supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebolete, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Morkar, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro Threns, and Rid. Thank you all so much. On behalf of my puppy, Zoria Triglov, and my guinea pigs, Mini Guinea and Midnight, you are our heroes. Thank you for feeding us all. All that said, I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. Until next time, I'll hopefully see you in Uranichi 07. Oh, hold on. One more thing. Always one more thing. So, how's the camera? Right? How's the camera? Is this good? I asked yesterday, and somebody said that they wanted to be able to. I think it was Lazy One said that he wanted to be able to see more of the lion. So I made sure that the camera now shows the lion good. So, is this good? Be good? Sound good? Audio, video? Let me know. Comments below. 07.